Okay, if everyone else wants to grab a seat. This is not the Newcastle I'm used to. Everyone's very quiet, and I'm sure this will change over the course of the evening. Well, we'll just kick off in true games industry fashion. We're late even before we've started, so hooray for us! You know, this is what you've got to do. Thank you everyone for coming along. This is great. We've been doing this around Scotland for about 5 years or something now. I've now lost count. I think we've done 28 of these events, most of them around Scotland. We did them last year, where we went Newcastle, Manchester, and Liverpool. And I know we've got some people here. How many people were here at the one in Newcastle last year? The same venue? Oh, quite a lot of people. Awesome, cool. How many people have been to one of the Scottish ones? Hey, excellent, cool. Oh, well, thank you for putting up with this and me and everything. The point of these events is really to get everyone together. You know, they started in Scotland because we as an industry didn't really get together, and it was kind of just an excuse to get all the companies in each city out and about. But then what we realized was that if we're getting everyone from all the companies in each city out and about, it's then really attractive for other people, for publishers, investors, and just other people looking to interact with the industry to come along, because it's just everyone they want to meet is in one place. So these have now grown arms and legs. We have a minibus to take us and all this ridiculous equipment round with all the speakers that are kindly speaking at all three events, because the publishers and everyone value getting round, and they recognise the talent in each area. So what we'll do is we've got a whole bunch of amazing speakers tonight. We will do basically 2 or 3 talks, just 10 minutes talks. So basically they're nice and short. They're not meant to go into crazy levels of detail, but they're a conversation starter basically. So if you're interested in what you hear, you grab the person in the break, because we'll do 2 or 3 talks. That'll take half an hour, and then we'll do a half-hour break, and then another couple of talks, and then a half-hour break. So the point of this is networking. The reason people are getting up on stage is to start that conversation. So do follow up with all the speakers, and also just follow up with everyone else that's here. Hopefully a lot of people already know each other, but there's always some people won't know each other. So do just chat to whoever's in the row next to you, or ordering a drink at the same time, and make the most. And hopefully we all go away with a lot more connections and possible collaborations to talk about. So throughout the course of the night, we're going to be hearing from the BFI, from Silent Games, from Secret Mode, from Red Rover, from Ant Workshop, from Fox Chicken Grain, from Observer Interactive, from Northrack, from Nosebleed, and someone else that has come on late and isn't on my sheet. So that'll be a nice surprise for us all. So please give each of the speakers a very warm welcome as they come off the stage. If we can, I'm not doing my job with the slides. So that is our speakers. That's maybe a little bit small, but you'll see it as you go into the bathroom. The bathrooms are down the stairs through there if you just come this side of the stage. But we've got a bunch of amazing speakers throughout the day. We also have people watching online. So welcome, hello. We've had live stream audio problems at the Scottish set last time. So if you tuned in then and struggled to hear, hopefully it's a lot better today. So welcome to the live stream. Obviously you can't take part in the networking that will go on here in Newcastle, but if you want to, we've set up the Discord. So in a browser, punch in gamestalks.live/Discord, and that will take you to the Games Talks Live Discord, and you can at least chat to whoever else is watching at the same time. And then in the breaks here, we will play out videos from previous events, so that there will be something hopefully playing from now right through until 9 or 10 p.m. tonight. So there'll be a wealth of information and interesting people for you to hear from. These events, there is a ticket price, but the ticket price is massively subsidised by the sponsors in Scotland. I've worked out it's something like 92% of the cost of putting all these events, the minibus and the venue and the food and the drink and the equipment and everything, 92% is covered by the sponsors. We have a ticket price just so that it's not a public free event and we get all sorts of random folk in here. What we want is the people in here to be in the industry or very interested in the industry, sort of motivated and worthwhile connections for everyone else. But it's these folks that have made this happen. So I need to give a massive thank you to all the sponsors of today. So that's to Red Rover Interactive, No More Robots, Pocket Sized Hands, LCR Connect, Invest Liverpool. More relevantly, Newcastle Gateshead Initiative and Invest Northeast. I've been told it's, we've got the wrong logo though. Is it Invest Newcastle? It's called, Dawn? I've lost Dawn. Invest Northeast or Invest Newcastle, as well as Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerolo, Fallen Planet, Johnson Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. So please give all of our sponsors a massive round of applause. That's about all you'll hear from me. If you don't know me, I'm Colin McDonald. I've been in the games industry for about 30 years. I used to stand up here and introduce every single speaker, but I realised people very quickly got sick of me. Plus, it's also just weird having a Scottish voice introducing all the speakers at Northern English events. And it's worked much better if we get someone that's quite well known in the local games industry to introduce all the speakers. So I'm really pleased that today Mr. Derek Cowap has agreed to do it. So please give Derek a massive round of applause. Derek will keep us right on the timings, which will inevitably change because it's a live event. Something will go wrong. He'll keep us right. He'll usher us back from the bar before the next set of talks. So with no further ado, I'll leave you in Derek's capable hands. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much, everyone. Said to Colin, just as he was setting up, if you take 100% of a job, 10% of it is actually doing the job, and then 90% is normally fixing things that have gone wrong while you're actually trying to do the job. So we'll try and keep on top of it today. Anyway, I'd just like to point out as well from the sponsors, thank you so much for doing this. You give people like myself and other people who are talking today the chance to share our knowledge and get practice talking in public settings as well, which we're all very, very grateful for. So we'll just do a quick shout out for Red Rover, No More Robots, and Pocket Sized Hands. There will be more later on. But anyway, probably sick of hearing me. So I'd like to you all to put your hands together and give, where is she? Anna Mancy a very, very warm welcome. And I'll get my ordering right. Anyway, sorry. So Anna, with over 2 decades of experience working in the creative industry sector, Anna has expert knowledge in qualifying British films, TV and video games for UK and EU tax reliefs, and is now the Director of Video Game Certification at the BFI. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing what she has to say. So if we all give her a warm welcome, she come up to the stage. I will set one up on my phone and then I'll...
Probably there's a big red clock saying we've got to finish now.
Right, okay. I'm going to do the training and then we'll run that for the next one.
Cool.
All right. You all go up to quicker?
I think so. Let's just... Oh, yeah.
Good.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Colin, for having us again. We've done probably 5 years worth of these talks now in Scotland and the North East, and we really appreciate being given the opportunity to talk to you about what we do. So as Colin and Derek have said, I'm Director of Video Games and Certification at the British Film Institute. We are the first point of contact for game developers who want to access the video games tax relief, which is now moved over to video games expenditure credits that we've had since 2014. So we now have 10 years of tax relief, and why it's so important that all games developers making games in the UK, whether you're an indie company or a massive company, the tax reliefs are available for everyone. You should be able to claim them. What we try and do by doing these talks is demystify it a little bit, because I think sometimes it's the idea of tax scares people or filling in forms, but essentially you're getting up to 20% of your budget back, and that's really important for you. So it's going to be a whistle-stop tour through it quick, because it's very quick. I've only got 10 minutes, but I have got some leaflets if people want to catch me afterwards and want to talk through the cultural test. That's the part of the process we do, and it's the first part of the process that you have to do to access the incentives. So we're moving from video games tax relief to expenditure credits. There's nothing scary about that. The government just wants to change the mechanism, how they give out the incentives. The film and TV tax reliefs are also moving to expenditure credits as well. And there's a slight benefit to it, because there's going to be a 0.5% increase that you'll be getting as well. So why is it important? As it says, you get 25% for video games tax relief. You can get 25% of the UK or EEA core expenditure back from making your game in the UK or EEA. Now, VGTR, as I said, is going to be phased out by 2027. If you do outsource some of your work to an EEA country, you can stick with VGTR as long as you start making your game before the 1st of April 2025 until 27. After that, you will have to move over to video games expenditure credit. As I say, it's 25% of the core expenditure. Core expenditure is everything you have to pay for to make the game. Non-core will be a minimum amount of your budget. Non-core is things like debugging, marketing, because that's not a cost of making the game, that's a cost of promoting the game. So most of your budget will be core expenditure, and if you're spending it in the UK or EEA for VGTR, you'll be able to claim on it. It's capped at 80%. So on £1 million budget, if 800,000 is core expenditure, 25% of 800,000 will be around 20% of the total budget. Going forward, if you're totally making the game in the UK, I would suggest you go on to under VGEC. The same rules apply. 80% is the cap you can claim on, but you get a 0.5% increase, as you can see there. The VGEC is moving to a used or consumed rule. Again, this is not something to be scared of. It's something that's been used in the film and TV world for years. They haven't had the expenditure, but what it means is you can claim the cost on activity that is used or consumed in the UK. So if you have a voiceover actor who is American, but they're doing the voice recording in the UK, they will qualify. If you have a UK voice recording artist working in the US and they do the voice recording in the US, that wouldn't qualify. It's about where the activity is taking place. I've also put a note at the bottom here that you can get loans against tax. You can't get the tax relief or tax credit, expenditure credit in advance, but you can get it as you make your game. So if you've got, I'd say, 2-year period to make your game, you've done 6 months worth of work and you spent, say, 20,000, and you want to claim on that 20,000 you've spent to that point, as long as you've got your cultural test interim certificate from us, you can do that, and you can make multiple claims as you go along, so you can set your own accounting periods. So it is quite accessible, but you can get, there are lenders out there that are lending against the expenditure credit as well. They won't always lend the full amount of what the expected credit is, but they will lend up to about 95%, something like that. I'm not an expert on how much they lend, but it's worth asking around. Other people do it. So, I can't see my glasses on. The most important thing for whether you're going to do VGTR or video games expenditure credit is you have a company that is set up before development begins, and that's registered with Companies House, and that company is responsible for making the game from pre-dev through to completion. And it's the most important thing, because if you set up the company after you've started development, then HMRC won't pay out. And you can't have two companies making the game. There just has to be one company that's making it. There might be two of you partner up, but one company has to be the one that claims, because the money is paid to the company. Doing the cultural test, we can guide you through that, but the most important thing is the company. And the same rules will apply for VGEC as they do for VGTR. You have to spend under VGTR, which, as I say, is phasing out. You used to have to spend at least 25% in the UK, but now under VGEC that's gone down to 10% in line with our other expenditure credits. The game has to be intended for supply, which is you have to be making the game for someone to buy it, or it can be free to play. It's just not something you're doing for your friends, which I'm sure none of you're all making games that you want to sell. You have to qualify as British through the cultural tests. As I say, that's the bit we do. I will do a very quick run through of it because I'm down to 4 minutes, so it's going to be super quick. And the bit at the bottom, is it a game? Does it need to be narrative based? We just have to know that it's a game in the common meaning of the word. So if it's a free to play, it doesn't matter if it's a puzzle game, it could be a sports game, that's fine. It just has to be, you've got to make choices going through. I think, and you all know what a game is, so. I think we've run through most of this already. So the minimum expenditure is reducing from 25% to 10% under VGEC. There's a £1 million subcontracting cap is being removed. I think that's mainly the bigger companies that will be benefiting from that. We've touched on the used or consumed already. There is a new requirement about connected third-party transaction. I have got a slide on this. I don't think it's going to concern you particularly. And I'm not going to go into detail about it because it's something you could pick up with an accountant, but it's about how you outsource things if there's a connection to that company and how it works. I really don't think it's going to be one for you guys to worry about. So the new form, there's a new form for claiming from HMRC. You have to make sure you fill in this form when you do your return to claim on the day or before. We promised HMRC we'd tell everyone about this when we do our talk, so I just want to tell you about that. So let's get into the meat of it, the cultural test. So this is the part you apply to us. It's an online application form. You fill in the company details. You need 16 out of 31 points to pass. Now, it's broken down into cultural content. What you're seeing on screen, are there British or European characters? None of the European elements are being removed from our cultural test, despite us leaving Europe. We also have a sort of bonus categories for video games, which aren't in some of our other culture tests, where if the game is set on another planet, we call that undetermined, if the characters are undetermined. If it's a puzzle game and there's no characters, it doesn't mean that you can't pass. It just means you won't get points in those certain sections. So characters, story, British or European or undetermined, language, and that can be text-based language as well. So if there's no dialogue, doesn't mean you won't get language points. Cultural contribution is about how your game adds value through British creativity or British heritage or diversity, and that's not limited to being British, and that can be on-screen or off-screen, so the teams that are making the game from underrepresented groups. Cultural hubs is where you get points for where the game's been made, and that's in the UK. And practitioners, again, there's 8 categories, 1 category for 8 different categories, but if you are you're a small team of 3 and you might get the point in more than one category. For one individual, you get a point for every category that applies to. So it's quite wide. Don't look at it and think, oh, I haven't got enough points to pass. Come and talk to us. We will guide you through it. You should definitely be able to qualify. I've already touched on this, and I'm conscious of time because I've got 42 seconds left. So used or consumed, we've already touched on this. By the way, I'm happy to share these slides if anyone wants them. It's just a new way of assessing how you can, how the HMRC sort of assesses what's been taken place in the UK. Connected party profit, again, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about this because you can see from here, it's to exclude third-party transaction. The timeline, so the transition period is from 1st of January 2024, VGEC has come in. If you started making a game last year under VGTR and you want to switch to VGEC from the 1st of January, that's fine, you can do both. Okay, that's really harsh having a bleeper as well. I'm nearly there, I promise. Thank you. As I say, you can still claim under VGTR until 1st of April 2027, but you have to have started making the game before 1st of April 2025. But if you want to go straight into VGEC going forward, because you will get that 0.5% increase, you can do from 1st of January 2024. How to apply, online application system. Get in touch with us if there's anything you're not sure about. We have templates for documents for like budgets and schedules. We can guide you through the whole process. And very, very quickly, we are Global Screen Fund at the BFI. We have an international business development strand that is open to film, TV, and video games. Look it up online, and there is a round that is open now that closes on the 28th of June. It's for the company, and how you can see how you can get between 50,000, 200,000. It is a fund, so if you get, there's a lot of applications, they have to be assessed, and there'll only be X amount that will be funded. But the difference with VGTR or VGEC is, as long as you meet the criteria, you will get money. But that's a separate fund. It's definitely worth having a look. I can give you contact details and links if anyone needs it. Thank you very much. Thank you for my 1 minute grace period.
Thank you very, very much. Anna, I've just got to say, I've done a couple of applications myself with the BFI, and the team there are extremely wonderful. I've asked them every single daft question under the sun, and they've been nothing but respectful and helpful. So, no, she didn't. So, thank you very much. Just going to shout out the next list of sponsors I've got on here. So, we have LCR Connect, Invest Liverpool City Design, and Newcastle Gateshead Initiative. Thank you very, very much for helping this event exist. But next, we have, there we go, Sally Blake. Sally brings extensive experience from roles at No More Robots, Hammerhead, and Ubisoft, where she contributed to AAA titles with Just Dance, Watch Dogs. She is currently CEO at Silent Games and specializes in RPG games. So can we please get a warm welcome for Sally?
Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. I can see some familiar faces and some new faces, so that's very nice. People waving to me. Hello. So yes, I am the CEO of Silent Games, which is a studio. We're basically round the corner. It took me 2 minutes to get here. And my talk today is about leadership, navigating stormy seas. So obviously the game industry has been going through a bit of a turbulent time, which is a little bit of an understatement probably. So I thought this talk would be relevant to anyone that's aspiring to start their own studio, anyone that's running their own studio, or even if you're working in a studio, if there's things that you want to talk to leadership about, hopefully this will give you some advice and some strategies and some talking points. So yeah, 8 key strategies for managing a bad time, hopefully turning from being on fire to like a bit of a chill cat, hopefully. And I've got 8 tips basically. So the first, I've kind of put them in any order, but I try to start with some important ones. So one that I think is very important is transparency with your team. A lot of leaders instinctually want to hide bad things from their team. They want to shield them from bad news, or they're worried about people panicking or, you know, being worried about things. But personally, in lieu of information, in lieu of telling people what's really going on, people will find out, people will speculate, people will assume the worst. And honestly, bad news is better than no news. It allows people to plan, it allows people to ask you questions, and it just builds better trust from your team. So that's always my approach. The team basically know everything that's going on, and when I've asked them if that's the right approach, they always tell me I'd rather know. So you Silent Games people here, you can ask them if I do any of these, by the way. I will be put to the test. The next one is very much linked to transparency, but that's also visibility. So it's not just about telling the team what's going on, but it's also showing them information, backing up that information with data, reports, documentation, obviously sharing as much as is reasonable to share, just so that your words are also backed up with the reality of things, and people have a greater understanding of why you're making decisions if you provide this kind of information. And I just feel that builds a better studio culture. So yeah, those two are linked. This is a bit of a leadership specific thing, but prioritization when you're dealing with a crisis is really important. Sometimes when you're a leader, especially if you are the kind of person that wants to get things right every time, you will end up spinning a lot of plates and trying to do everything. But for your own sanity and for the sake of what's important, making sure you're prioritizing the key things and dealing with those important things, and also not putting off difficult things, is a very important strategy. So throw anything trivial. Also rely on other people to help you out as well, and ask for help. That definitely helps when, you know, things are not going exactly to plan. Next on the list, we have team empowerment. So empowerment sounds a little bit cheesy, but honestly, working with a team is obviously a two-way street. If there is anything that you feel they can positively influence or impact, it's good to help each other, because when you're in a situation, especially if it's not a situation directly created by you, obviously the turbulent times of the industry are not always things that we can predict as leaders. It's good to make sure your team feels like they have some influence and they don't feel powerless or helpless in the situation that they're in. So sometimes you want to feel like you want to solve the problem all by yourself, which is a little bit of an instinctual thing as well, to try and, again, shield the team from harm. But it is actually much better to involve them, and that can be a range of things. You know, if you need to pitch, letting them get involved with the pitch, doing nice art, getting involved in the publisher demo, listening to their opinions on feedback on your company strategy. That's really important, and just making people feel more involved and more empowered about the situation that you found yourself in. The next one should hopefully just be a no-brainer that shouldn't need to be said to anybody. But when you do get caught up in your own business stuff, I've seen some people kind of lock themselves away in their office and try and just work on things without actually talking to people. And I do think that having one-to-ones during this period and just taking time to talk to your team. I have a time, every day at 3 p.m. I'll just go and bother everybody for a bit. And it just gives me an opportunity to see how people are feeling about things. Also get gossip, which is important, but also just get the, the tone and feel of how people are feeling in that moment. I think that's super important. And like I said, you shouldn't really need to be told that this is important, but just, think about people's personal circumstances, think about what you can do to ease the burden on people, and just talk to people as you normally would, even if things are busy or things are stressful for you. I guess this is sort of obvious as well, but when you have a vision for a studio, a lot of the times you have a very clear direction and a very clear idea of what you want to do. And in times when things are not always going to plan, you sometimes need to adapt the business. You need to change, you need to pivot your strategy, you need to do things that you didn't plan to do. And I think just being open to the opportunities that come your way in those times is really important. You need to move quickly to keep the business running. And also this helps if you've built a lot of good relationships with different studios and different companies, and you spent time, networking and things like that. Opportunities will present yourselves if you are a nice person who gets along with people and works hard. So I think, being flexible and being open to accepting those opportunities is really important. So also, the next one, I'm a Yorkshire lass, so obviously graft is important. This is something my family instilled in me. You should work hard. You should be seen to be working hard by your team. So there are companies, maybe big companies, where the leader will just, if everything's gone wrong, they'll just go on holiday for a week. Things like that, where you're not seen to be actually helping anything. You should be proactive. You should be solution oriented. You should be pitching it in. Like, I'm happy to do, basic things. If something needs to be put in the engine and it's just typing a bunch of stuff, I'm happy if I've got time in my day to fit that in and it takes time away from the devs. Just, work hard and also have visibility on your own work. So we have a daily stand-up, a daily scrum. My tasks are on the board. I tell people what I'm doing day to day. I don't treat myself differently in that regard. So hard work and just trying to kind of make sure that you're doing the right thing. I think that's very helpful. And last but not least, I've kind of whizzed through these. I've got 3 minutes left, which is nice. But the last one is just at a certain point, every leader will make mistakes. Every leader will do things that you didn't mean to do, or you didn't mean to be perceived a certain way. it's a very human thing to do. Even if you're not a leader, you will do this in your work, and building that resilience and that acceptance of those things happening is very important, just for your own mental security, your own ability to support the team moving forward. As a leader, obviously your mistakes sometimes have a bigger impact on more people than just yourself, and that's something that can be hard to deal with. It can be things that make you like wake up in the middle of the night like, oh, what I do has influence and impact on other people, and that's quite a burden, but it's also a responsibility, and it's something that is a privilege as well. So yeah, just thinking about when you do make a mistake, how to rectify it, accepting that it's been done, not wallowing, not self-pitying, and do better next time, and just having that period of self-reflection, basically. So yeah, those are my 8 strategies. Hopefully it's given you some food for thought. Leadership is very hard at times, but so is making a game in general, or being a developer. I used to work in QA, and I worked in production, so I've done all sorts of different things. And yeah, I think it's a privilege to be in leadership. And yeah, hopefully the game industry will see better times in the future. And yeah, please challenge your leadership on these things if you feel they're not doing anything. But yeah, that's me. My name is Sally. I'm on, well, they call it X now, so I had to put that, but I still call it Twitter. And I've got this is my name. Sorry, it's a bit complicated. And I've also got a website, Sally Blake, so you can email me on there. I'm happy to answer questions about starting a studio, or how to, company culture and things like that. I'd be more than happy to answer. I always like to help people, especially in the north, because I'm a northern lass. So yeah, I'd love to see more studios popping up here. So yeah, that's it. Thanks very much. Didn't get the beep, yay. Thanks. No, I don't want the beep. No.
I'd like to quickly introduce Ollie, who has a slide about the second or most wonderful event in the world.
Most wonderful.
Most wonderful event in the world. Don't tell Colin I said that.
I don't need that, but thanks. Yeah, hi. So as Colin said, part of the value of these sort of events, more than, not necessarily more than the talks, they're fantastic, is the networking opportunities. Some of you here tonight will be networking with each other. I don't need that. We'll be networking with each other and then miss opportunities that you might have. Business can occur in the next 2 days. What I'm saying is there's another networking event this week. It's in Middlesbrough called Gamebridge. We are running a free coach from Newcastle that will arrive at the start of the event and will take you home at the end of it. So you don't need to worry about trains and those sorts of things. So the URL is there. I appreciate it's quite long. Maybe, Colin, we can get it shared somewhere. I don't know. But it's also at the same time as the Yuki Hub Crawl. It's like a dual event. So the Yuki Hub Crawl is a not dissimilar event to this one. So you can come and attend for both events. Please sign up separately. You can find the link to their event on our Eventbrite page. But yeah, that's this Thursday from 6 p.m. If you want to watch the football as well, we are putting it on in a quiet corner, and that will start from 4:30. And there's a free coach, so please get signed up. But yeah, the Yuki, I think, is almost fully subscribed, so get that done quick. But yeah, hopefully see you Thursday. Enjoy the rest of the event tonight. Cheers.
All right, everyone. Can I just get another big round of applause for all of our speakers who've been absolutely fantastic? Thank you very much. I won't keep you much longer. We'll have another 25-minute break when you can go grab another drink, do some networking, and do recommend talking to the speakers. All right, we'll see you back in about 25.
Hello. Should I do this first, Colin? Hi, everybody. I'm Garnet Lee, and I'm guilty of what Paul said. I have given that talk about how to write a pitch. And this is exactly the response to that, because having given that pitch, that talk a few times, I thought, well, everyone out here is creatives. You know how to make creative content. You don't need me putting a box around that. I think what you really want to know is, how does a scout at a publisher, which is all I am, it's not a universal answer, look at a pitch? And I started here saying, like, my God, it's full of stars. Anyone 2001 fans? So there's that moment when Bowman is like, wow. And this is what it's like for me every day, looking into the inbox, looking on Twitter, looking on Screenshot Wednesdays, because what you do inspires me. I love what I do. It is one of the greatest jobs I've ever had in my life. It's so rewarding to see all of the things you do. And what I want to help you with here is, there are so many stars in that space. I want you to be able to figure out the way to make them shine to me. What this isn't. This is not an assembly instruction, and it's because you don't need an assembly instruction, but also I want to talk to you about not making assembly instructions in your pitches, because as design teams, you're thinking all the time about what's going to go into my game. How many pieces are going to be here? And it's very easy to start falling into that game design doc and falling prey to, well, I want to show this scout that I know what I'm doing. I want to show them all the pieces. But we know from having built games before that what you're showing me today is not going to be there in 6 months or 18 months or 24 months. Things will change dramatically. So what I'm looking for is that proverbial forest more than the trees. So now imagine Bowman's gone into the obelisk and it's an empty room. You might put that right there, like for placement only, but that's really what's happening in my head. The moment I open your pitch is the first time I see anything. So my headspace is open. It's empty. It's a palette. I don't want you to show me how to build all the pieces of the IKEA room you're about to build me. I want you to show me the IKEA room, right? I want you to put me there on the couch. I've come home from work. I have a beer. I turn on the PS5. I want to play a game. All of those things. Help me build the mental image of what your game will be. And how do you do that? I think that that's an open question. In some cases, it might be key art. In another case, it might be just some concept art or a happy GIF or a moment in time or a snapshot. I would say what it isn't is a lot of words. In the pitch stage, what I really need to get at this early part is I'm getting drawn in, almost like the process for me is almost like what Paul was talking about. I need to get pulled in, and then I need to get retained. And as you'll see here in a minute, this is not going to be just all touchy-feely stuff, but the touchy-feely stuff at the beginning is building the buy-in for me to go further into it, right? Get me into your headspace, because I'm not going to know when we get into the nuts and bolts or the lamps and the couches why they matter unless you get me there. Now, there's one step in between, and that is then getting me a real emotional moment. So look at this picture. Like, even if you don't know anything about the movie, you're like, well, what's going on here? Like, look at the way he's looking at that dragon. Look at that dragon. Are we going to ride the dragon? I don't know. Where are we going to go? What adventures will we have? If you can land that, it gets me hungry. Then I want to see more, right? And here's where we're going to try to move over a little bit to talking about why it's important for a pitch. Because the other thing it shows me is that your team has an idea for where that real emotional hook is. What's my player really going to feel? What's going to get them? I mean, is it going to be, are they Atreyu? Are they Falcor? Is it some combination of the two? But it means that you're thinking in that space of, this is what's really going to land my player. So now you built the room. You've got me with the dragon. So, of course, now we have to go Princess Bride. I mean, if you do Neverending Story, you have to go Princess Bride, right? But think about what's happening here. Like, Kevin is completely paying attention, and it's really important. So now you have me, and you can lay out those important signposts in your game. But remember, I was saying to be careful about not falling into the trap of being too specific. Princess Bride is a very interesting narrative journey, because the way the story is told allows the fiction part to be all about the moment, all about the emotional experiences. And we come back to the storyteller in order to advance the story across the ultimate plot arc. That's what I would like you to do in your pitches. Be the storyteller and allow space for us when we come back to talk about this, because you've won the pitch, to fill in those blanks, because we'll fill in those blanks together. I mean, when we do our due diligence, we will talk about all of the specifics of how to make the game and what's going to go into it. But what I really want to know is, this could be, for example, one thing that's been very effective right now is showing me what's your daily loop, what's your weekly loop, and what's your monthly loop. Like, those are the mileposts, right? I don't need to know all the individual pieces, but having those beats in there really helps me understand how we're going to build a story that's going to keep using our great moment to build our giant room. So now we have to get down to some really important pieces, and these are the parts that I see sometimes. So if up front, the part that you're all really comfortable in, talking about all the design elements and all the pieces, you've given me lots and lots of detail. When we get to the parts that I need more detail, sometimes I don't find them. So one would be introduce your cast. And what's important here is I went through a couple of ideas for slides. I thought first about sports team, because the most important thing is to tell me the positional roles that you have filled. Because if I'm doing my job right, I'm already thinking about what does a production team look like that can accomplish building this game. Do they need a full-time environmental artist? Do they need a full-time 2D pixel artist? And then I'm going to go and start looking at this and determining, have they planned out the right player personnel that they need to make this game? Do they understand what it's going to take to get there? Give me their roles and give me their strengths. I would caution you against going too much into making it a CV, because if you have someone who is very effective it comes out of school as a great VFX artist, but you put that they've just graduated school, I might be a little nervous about them just having graduated school. But if you show me or tell me about their great skills as a VFX artist, then I'm going to move right on from that. Because what's really important to me isn't whether they've worked on 2 or 3 games individually. It's together. Has your team been together, able to ship games, able to put together the pieces, and do you have the right pieces? So keep it very relevant and on point here. And then finally, the part that you really don't want to do, but you have to do it, charts and graphs. And so we call it charts and graphs. So what kind of charts and graphs do I want? So one of the things that I see in many pitches is we're going to be on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. We're going to be $24.99 releasing in April of 2025. How the heck do you know that? It takes us weeks to figure that out with a brand team and a release team and figuring out launch windows and looking at production plans. We have no idea what your price point's going to be, what your platforms are going to be, and all of those elements. So make your production plan about numbered months. Here is how many months from the time that you sign me till we'll be finished. Likewise, in talking about your production plan for people, talk to me about what personnel you need in each phase. I don't need a actual, burn down chart of everything that's going to happen, but I need something more hefty than, well, we're going to play, we're going to work 24 months until we go to gold. It's not quite enough. I need to see phases. I need to, for instance, understand, where do you think you're going to be at alpha? When are you going to be in full production? When do you need more art resources? And when do we need to start thinking about hardening the build so that we can get ready for an eventual launch? So stick to the things that are in your control. The other things that I would say, at least for Raw Fury, we don't need is, don't worry about marketing budget. That's our business. Don't worry about localization, also a publisher role. Don't worry about QA, also a publisher role. We're going to provide all those things. What we need to understand is, hey, developer, for X amount of dollars, you can build this game. We bring that money in over that amount of time. Can we launch this game successfully together and make money? And so that's what I think you want to reach. Thanks very much. If you enjoyed it, there is all of this information on Raw Fury's website. As Paul, I think, said we're one of the places that has a bunch of stuff. We've got a sample budget. We've got a sample pitch deck. That's me on Twitter and on Discord. And please feel free to grab me for questions.
Hi, I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you. Bit of backstory about me. I've been in the industry for just under 3 years now. I actually didn't come from a traditional games background. I studied film and media at university and kind of realized partway through my degree that I was taking any opportunity I could to make my assignments about video games. And I had that realization of, maybe this transcends a hobby for me and I could see this as being something I do for a living. I'd love to help make games happen. But I didn't really know what kind of role I would be suited to or what roles were out there. So I decided that after I finished my degree, I would try and find a job within the games industry. So after a year of unsuccessful job hunting, because it's never that easy, is it? I found a job as a QA, and I was just so ecstatic to be there. I was so happy to be included in the industry and to have finally made it. And then about just over a year ago, I was asked if I would like to do some design work for a game I was testing. And I was like, sure, yeah, I'd love to try. And I did a dry run and that went well. And then I got offered a position. And I'm just so grateful and so happy and just beyond incomprehensible that people would have that faith and that belief in me. And yeah, I love it. I'd said I'm worried. I'm really worried that I am not learning fast enough, that there's too many gaps in my knowledge, I am not doing good enough, and that I will eventually, inevitably, let down those people that put their faith in me. And I thought that maybe this imposter syndrome would get better over time and I would not be so worried. But actually what happened was I just had ammunition to feed it. And it would be like, do you remember that thing you did 6 months ago? Useless, the worst thing. And it's like the backseat driver from hell. So yeah, I was having a conversation with some colleagues. And yeah, I just overthink. I've always been an overthinker, and I'm hoping this is relatable. And I'm really sorry if it is, because wouldn't it be nice, just for once, to roll over and go to sleep at night and not have to overthink every possibly inconceivably wrong thing you did in a day? Right? So I was having a conversation with some colleagues about my overthinking and my worry. And one of them turns to me and says, "Have you tried exercise?" 1, rude. Clearly, I'm the peak of physical fitness. I'm the one on the left. And 2, I hate exercise. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm a hazard to myself and others. I have the A&E history to prove it. But they were pretty insistent that it helps their brain and like it's good for them and to stop this unhelpful thinking. And I was like, okay. So I rejoined the gym. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a very tumultuous history with the gym where I've stopped and started many times over the years, starting from when I was about 12 and could choose it as an elective during Friday's PE session. And I would always choose it because, fun fact about the gym, you can't be chosen last for a team of 1. In theory. So I'm back at the gym after having this conversation with my colleague, and I am reminded exactly why I cancelled all those times. It's loud, it's crowded, it's got weird lighting, and people are hissing. Why are people hissing? What about heavy objects turns you into a snake? I really need to know. And I'm not only overthinking, but I'm now not only just overthinking about how I'm not good enough, but how my body is not good enough, and how the person on the treadmill next to me keeps staring over at me, worried I'm going to keel over with the amount I'm wheezing. So I'm thinking I'm never going to go back. This is awful. That is until I get to this machine. This is the Concept 2 Rowing Ergometer, or ROERG. I hardly know erg. It weighs in at just under 60 pounds. It has 10 different resistance settings. And if you take it out onto the water, it glides gracefully. To the bottom, doesn't float, don't try it. Yeah, so it's at this point I'm going to ask for some audience participation. So if the guys could just bring in the rowing machine, that'd be great. I'll ask someone. I don't have a rowing machine, but I wouldn't mind a show of hands if you've ever used one of these machines or anything like it. Cool, great. Now keep your hand up if you've ever played the fish game on one of these machines. Okay, cool. Okay, so for those who don't know, this is the fish game. You play as this fish. Your goal is to eat the small fish and the striped fish to get points and to avoid being eaten by the big fish with teeth, or you'll lose points. You row to go up, you stop rowing to go down, and you have 4 minutes to get the best score you can. And I am at this workout from hell, and I'm playing this fish game, and I'm no longer thinking I am not good enough. I'm thinking about how in all the times I have stopped and started going to the gym, I've always managed to pick up the fish game. And I've gone to a lot of different gyms, like across the country, like even in England as well. And this has always been there, but I never see anyone else play it, and I've never heard anyone talk about it. So I started to wonder, like, if anyone knew any more about it. So I did what anyone would do. I took to the internet. And I actually couldn't find all that much about it online. Through scouring through some old manuals for these machines, I discovered that the fish game was introduced in the PM3 model, which was released in 2003, which actually makes the fish game 20 years old this year. Amazing. Happy 20th anniversary, fish game. Woo! Yeah. What fortuitous timing on my part. It's almost like I planned it. I really did not. But yeah, I couldn't find much more about it, and I was still really curious, so I took the next step, and I contacted customer services. Yes, I really did this. Because I wanted to know who developed it. Was it in-house? Was it external? Like, could they tell me anything else about it? And I didn't expect a reply, but I did get one by the lovely Nathan. And Nathan told me that the fish game was developed in-house by one of their engineers called John Williams, who has retired a couple years back. This is the photo they posted on his retirement. Isn't he dapper? What guy? But yeah, as for more details, the links that Nathan sent were just things I'd already found. But I was curious about that high score, because I'm not competitive in the slightest, but I must beat it. And I also really wanted to know if Nathan knew if John had ever created any other games. And Nathan told me that, to their knowledge, John never created any other games. And also his score is 3,240. That's a bit of a comparison. That's my high score, so practically there. I'm like this close. But yeah, I did try and see if I could hunt down John Williams online, see if he had any kind of social media presence. But with a name like John Williams, I didn't have much luck. So I didn't really want to bother Nathan with it, especially since John's retired. So let's just all hope that he's just gone fishing. So what's the point? Why should you care about the fish game? Well, maybe you don't have to care about the fish game, and maybe I was just given 10 minutes and a captive audience and allowed to speak about whatever I wanted. Suckers! No, I do have a point. The point is, the fish game's flawed. For one thing, half the people, or more than half the people who've ever used those machines, didn't even know of its existence. The other thing is, it doesn't take into account the 10 different resistance settings, so someone could be breaking their back, sweating, pushing all their willpower into it, and the person next to them is just rowing merrily along, getting the same score. And I don't care. I still love the fish game. I would defend it to anyone. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope that people will not care so much about the imperfections in my work, will not care that I'm learning by doing, just as John did. So what I would like to ask all of you is to go out there, is to one, be kinder to yourselves, please, and two, go out there and find your fish game. Go find that game or film or piece of media that inspires you, maybe isn't the most genre redefining piece of work, isn't well renowned, but lives in the recesses of your brain as something that you hold with a fondness that impacted you in some way. So go out there, go make, go do, go learn, go play, and most importantly, go fish. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very, very much. Everyone's attention, please. Thank you. So we have our next set of speakers coming up, and very excited to announce this next person. So it will be Josh Garrity. He has been working in the video games industry since 2015, specializing in product management and business development. Josh is known for his expertise in identifying and signing promising game projects as the head game scout at Secret Mode, and just all around a bit of a legend. So can we please put our hands together for Josh?
Cool. Thank you, Derek. That was very kind. Hello, I'm Joshua Garrity, head game scout at Secret Mode. I have a slide dedicated to who I am. That doesn't feel necessary anymore after what Derek just did. But just to go into a bit more detail, I've been in the industry for 9 years. Previous to Secret Mode, I worked as a senior game scout at Team 17. Started out as a product marketing manager at Fireshine. They were called Sold Out at the time, and then moved into the acquisition manager role, which was effectively a game scout role in all but name. And I've helped sign titles such as Core Keeper, Shadows of Doubt, and many more. So the talk today, I just want to talk a little bit about Secret Mode, what we're about, and the process of getting signed as an external developer at Secret Mode. So who are Secret Mode? We're the publishing arm of Sumo Group. Thus, we've kind of got two hats. We work with the internal Sumo Group development teams to bring their games to market, their original IP to market. But we also work with external developers and try and kind of fill gaps in terms of niches that the internal studios aren't filling. We're based out of Royal Leamington Spa. We've got a team with years of experience, some folks from Sega Europe, some folks from Creative Assembly. So yeah, that's us. Here's an example of some of the games that we've worked on. Still Wakes the Deep from the Chinese Room, out today. Available on Game Pass if you want to give it a go. A little to the left from Max Inferno has reached record numbers of players, over 2 million players recently, since its release a couple of years ago. And Parcel Corps from Billy Goat Games, which is coming out September of this year. So what do we provide? So Secret Mode is roughly 40 odd people currently. I would say a good third of Secret Mode is dedicated to various marketing roles. So that breaks down into product marketing managers. So any project that's signed externally would be assigned a product marketing manager who would be the point of contact for the developer to talk all things marketing, marketing plans, activities, etc. Then we also have a PR team led by my Lord and Savior, Matthew Pellett, praise be unto him, who are responsible for connecting with the press, influencers, etc., but also working with the commercial team within Secret Mode to secure those more opportunistic bits of activity, such as Nintendo Directs, Xbox showcases, wholesome directs, etc., etc. We also have a team of community managers who work with things like Discord, TikTok, you know the drill. We have a production team. All our external developers are assigned a producer who is their point of contact for all things development, milestone schedule, and that voice that will kind of get them things that they need, whether, you know, For example, like a team member has sadly left the team, and you need to fill that gap with work for hire or something like that. The producer would be your port of call for that. We also have an internal QA team. So our projects will be assigned a QA lead who will work with people within secret mode and external QA teams. We're big believers in QAing projects throughout the life cycle of the title and not just adding on QA at the very end of the process. And we're big believers in qualitative feedback throughout the development process. So what are we looking for? There are four key pillars for us, specifically for external partnerships. One is narrative-based experiences. So this can be things like Still Wakes the Deep, but also we're interested in games that use narrative, use good writing to elevate genres. So Hades is a really, really good example of a game that uses good writing, good characters to invite people in that otherwise wouldn't have been interested in roguelikes. We're interested in strategy games, not grand strategy games on the scale that Paradox would be publishing. But we are keen, we feel like this is like a healthy area, and we've got people within the team that have experience in this genre. We have, I mentioned before, we have people who are ex-Sega Europe and Creative Assembly, so we want to lean into the knowledge set of our team. Wholesome games, this is one of those areas that's kind of ill-defined, but you know it when you see it. This is mainly informed by the fact that we've had a lot of success in this area. Games like Wobble Dogs and Little to the Left, which I mentioned earlier, those are some of our biggest success stories. We've built a really healthy and thriving community around the kind of wholesome, cozy sphere, so we want to lean into that further. And then lastly, because every publisher is looking for these games, we are looking for multiplayer experiences. At least for external stuff, we're looking on the smaller end of the spectrum, so co-op, 6-player competitive multiplayer, that kind of thing. But I want to emphasize that we're keen on viewing multiplayer games as like community builders, not the be-all end-all. You know, high tides float all boats. If you can get a decent multiplayer game into the catalog that brings people to your Discord, brings people to your TikTok channels, all of the single-player games in your catalog will benefit as well. There is a secret fifth pillar, which is I really like it and I don't care what anyone else at Secret Mode thinks. Basically, all this is to say is like if you've got a pitch that falls outside of those four pillars that I mentioned, I'm still more than happy to give it a look and offer feedback and advice. I can't guarantee that it will make it all the way, but I'm always keen to talk to new people, meet new teams, and maybe you're that one that I decide to be a dog with a bone about and force the issue. So who knows? So pitch to me anyway can't speak, is what I'm trying to say. So I want to give you a little bit of transparency on the inbound greenlight process. So first wall is me. I see the game, it comes into my inbox, I see it at an event, I see it on Reddit, etc. And I make a gut call as to whether I want to progress it to the next stage. Then I talk to members of the commercial team to see if it's something that we want to put in front of the heads of department. If it is, it then enters a stage called project group review, which is essentially myself and the commercial team selling the game to the rest of Secret Mode and getting the development heads on side. The development heads will then go through a round of due diligence, so production will want to talk to the developer about their processes, finance and commercial will do forecast, competitor analysis, that kind of thing. Marketing will do like a loose a loose version of their marketing plan for the green light stage. And then we all come together and decide whether we feel comfortable enough to present that case to the Sumo Group board. I made this process sound super fast. The truth is, this does take time, and it will vary based on the project. Often I am very much the annoying person in the office who constantly messages people on Teams, sending them reminders that I need this work tomorrow. But that's just the nature of the role. I am the person within Secret Mode for whom incoming games are the #1 priority, and rightly so. Everyone else's #1 priority is the games that are in our catalogue are signed already. So, you know, it's fair enough, but sometimes I have to be the villain. I have 12 seconds left. Right. So where do we find your games? I do a bit of panning for gold on stuff like Tig. You've given me a minute extra. Thank you very much. I do a bit of panning for gold on things like Tigsos forums, Reddit, etc. I used to use Twitter. I don't really find it as useful as it used to be, but there you go. Getting your game up on Steam is a great way of just like demonstrating that you can build a community, showing off some of the artwork, etc. Just getting a page on the Steam store can get the ball rolling. Equally, Kickstarter is a great place for getting attention. And then going to events like Gamescom, or more grassroots events like Develop, Gameo, and events like that. What do you need when you're pitching to someone like me or anyone else at a publisher? I'm not going to go through all of these one by one because I have 15 seconds left. But if you want to take a picture of this, please do. Basically, I've ordered it. View this in terms of initial pitch. You definitely need these. Eventually, I will be asking you after these. If you provide me these, thumbs up, you're the best of the best. That's it. Thank you for listening. There's my email address. Please take a picture. Thank you very much.
All right, a huge thank you for Josh Garrity. All right, so next up we have Joe Stevens. So Joe is the co-founder and COO of Red Rover Interactive, where they are working to create innovative gameplay centered on social interactions and dramatic experiences. Joe leads the charge in crafting a groundbreaking evolution of sandbox survival games, aiming to redefine player experiences with creativity and immersive storytelling. Here he is.
Right. Hello. So that's slides 3 and 4 gone already. But I'll do the intro. So yeah, hi, Joe Stevens, Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Red Rover Interactive, effectively head of spreadsheets and emails at this point. So I used to be a game developer. I did first sort of 10 years as a graphics and engine programmer in AAA PC console, then built some games tech startups, and then built and ran a free-to-play social mobile game studio here in Newcastle, and then kind of package all those learnings together to start up Red Rover. And I'm going to talk today about the development methodology that we use. Is kind of lean startup. I'll explain what that is, how we apply that to a game studio, what works, what doesn't work, what might be interesting to you. So, I need to do some clicking. Some in practical terms, so we're a new game studio. We were founded about a year and a bit ago. And we founded the studio because we believe that fundamentally multiplayer experience is the most engaging. So there's some great like single player experiences out there, but there's nothing quite like smashing somebody in the face with a sledgehammer or somebody dropping a grenade in the middle of a clan meet or something. So what we're doing is we're creating a new game genre by bring in the best of persistent online and the best of PvP session-based gameplay together. And what that means is that we're trying to take sandbox survival and break it out into the mainstream. So we're trying to answer the question, why is PvP sandbox survival not as big as Fortnite, that kind of game? So we have offices in Newcastle and Oslo. We're about 32 people now. We're building our own IP, and we're VC backed. So that means people have invested in us thinking that one day we'll be worth loads of money and they'll get more money back. What it really means, though, is that we're independent. So we're well funded, but we get to make our own decisions. We raised around about 20 million in the last year and a bit, US dollars. And the last backer, largest backer, was Krafton, so the makers of PUBG. So what are we doing? So who here has played Rust before? Put your hand up, please, or seen it, or knows what it is. Excellent. Keep your hand up if you've also watched Snowpiercer, the TV series of it. So you guys know exactly what we're making. So we're basically taking Rust and we're wedging it inside a train. Our trains are huge. They're not sort of Snowpiercer size. Think of a carriage as the size of a battle arena, or like sort of aircraft hangar, that kind of size. But really, we're trying to take the best of PvP persistent gameplay, which we believe is Rust, and it is in the survival space by any measure. And then we're trying to take the best of multiplayer session-based games and fuse them together to create something new and fantastic. So we have some challenges. First and foremost, we're changing the recipe quite significantly for sandbox survival. We're trying to do something different. It means that we don't know what our product market fit is. So we know who we think the game should appeal to, but even just slight changes in survival game recipe or a BR game recipe really appeals to a different player. We don't really know who they are. So second challenge is we need very many concurrent users. So this is a little small diagram of what a train looks like and how the game works. But if you think a carriage has 20, 40 concurrents in it, and then a train is potentially 40, 50, 60 carriages long, that's a lot of players just playing on one game server, and they need to be in there. It's a persistent game, so we want to be in there quite often as well. So we need really large user numbers. And then finally, to re-engage in terms of like a PvP game, we need a seasonal, we need a gas model, we need something to drive players back again and again and again. So we've got some pretty big challenges. So we are trying to leverage validation-driven development. So we've adopted lean startup methodology. So lean startup is something that is used frequently in tech startups. A good example might be, so think somebody's got a new web service, they like Bob's new awesome web service. The first thing that they would do is they would go and just put a splash page with a button, sign up. This is what it does, sign up. And when somebody clicks it, then they start gathering information, they start understanding their audience, they put the minimum amount of work in to validate that their product even appeals to someone. And that's what we're trying to do in games, because we're trying to answer all of these questions. So when you're working in that model, the shorter your iterations can be, and the quicker you get feedback, and the better your feedback is, the more likely you are to succeed. So we run quite extreme dev cycles. So we run a 1 week dev cycle, kind of starts Friday, everyone plays the game. So this is the whole dev team downs tools, 2 hours, and attacks each other viciously. And this also involves the community as well. So our build on a Friday is just opened up to anybody who wants to join. And then we feed in what we've learned into the top of the funnel on Monday, or bits of Friday, bits of Monday morning. We feed that in, what we've learned, along with bug fixes we might want to make, like longer term work, and like working towards our longer term goals. And we rinse and repeat as much as we can. This is really empowering because it allows us to learn really quickly, but it also takes away a risk of like the fear of failure. So typically in game development, you see people slowing down. You can see them slowing down as they become more experienced, and they just don't want to put something into the game. They want it to be better, they want it to be perfect. But you're driven to do that, and you're rewarded for doing it as quickly as possible. And we also need to build with the community from day one. So we have somebody who's dedicated to community. It's a full-time role for us, even though we're really early stage. And we went from establishing the company to first players playing our game in under 5 months. We effectively took Unreal Lyra demo and crunched it in to make it feel like a bit like a train, or at least the level of a train. And we've iterated on that. And then finally, we need to validate the feedback we get. So we do surveys. That's great, awesome. We ask people what they think of the game, but we also put in a metrics platform really, really early, because we need to validate that what people say they want is actually what they really want and not something else. So that all sounds great and awesome, but where does it go wrong? Where does it not work? So we have a really fragile cadence. So think you start on a Monday, and then you're making a build Thursday lunchtime-ish. There's not a lot of room for maneuver in that. So it really requires like developers to be really aligned and empowered to then make really quick decisions. We also have like there's pain points around how you transition from discovery to production. So that can be, is this a prototype or is it an MVP? How good is good enough? When do we know it's good enough? And also when we're experimenting a lot, but sooner or later we need to commit to a scope of game to get into production and make it. You're then at risk also of over-indexing on the loudest feedback. So things you hear most, you're more likely to react to. So this is why we have metrics to back up our kind of surveys and things. And probably the most challenging is context switching from design to implementation to planning. It's very short. And this really gives this kind of work a lifespan. Like it's quite exhausting for the team. So I guess where does Red Rover go from here next? We need to kind of move out of this cycle. So we need to, we've validated an awful lot. We feel like we can make a game that appeals to survival players. We can make a game that survives to PvP survival players, like non-traditional ones, i.e. Rust players. We now feel like we're just about there with the game that can appeal to BR players. And now we really need to define what that is and move into production. So what we'll be doing is we'll be iterating on our production methodologies now, and we'll still need to carry on doing validation, but the way we do it is going to have to change so we can facilitate that. I guess the big takeaways, I'll stick them all on the screen, is that being lean is not about the team size, it's about your approach to developing the product. So you need to be able to build, and you need to be able to commit to building. You need to be able to measure your success and be confident that you've measured the right thing. And then you need to learn from it as well. And this is key. I think part of our success to date is because people aren't precious about what we're doing. If the feedback is, this is not great, then it gets binned. If the feedback is, this is great, even if we don't like it personally, then we double down and do more of it. You also need to be able to constantly deploy and iterate. So you need to be able to be flexible with your timeframes and your scheduling, so that if something needs to be worked on for longer, it can have that breadth to do it. And then there are some must requirements. So first of all, you need to be aligned on business goals, because everything will just fall apart as soon as somebody subjectively goes, yes, but I love this thing. Everybody has to be able to be aligned around, no, this is what the player sees as the value. We can prove it's the most valuable, therefore we agree. And that helps with autonomy and decision making, being really rapid. Then you need really clear focus on what the users need and what the devs need as well. So what is the minimum amount that will appeal to a user, and how can the developer focus to get like sort of that minimum scope and not expand it. And then you need an appropriate product and time frame. Like you need to be, there's no point doing this if you're making just a copy of another game, or if you haven't got the team to do it. or if you're in a different phase of development, like we'll still do this, but we'll move out of the form that we're using at the moment. And then MVP everything. So this development approach, it evolved organically, and we expect our next one to as well. So we'll try something. If it works, we'll double down. When it looks like it's not working anymore, then we'll try and change it and move on. So that's about it. Yeah, just a reminder, we do play the game every Friday, so you can jump in and play it, have a look. So this is a link to our Discord server. We're live on there as well, communicate on there. So yeah, jump in and shoot us.
Right, thank you very much, Joe. And now I believe we have a video from our sponsors. I'm going to work out very quickly how to get on screen, if it did not magically appear. Ah, it did. Awesome. And I guess a big thank you to Escape Technology to helping this event be a thing today. All right, now I believe we're due another break. For those of you who have food on your pass in the corner, you have paid for food and there will be food. We will have about another 25, 30 minutes and then kick off our talks again. Can we have another very big warm round of applause for our speakers? All right, cool. So this is my games industry networking talk, 10 tips in 10 minutes. It's just a quick intro into who I am and why I think you should listen to me right now. So I'm Derek, an executive assistant at Radical Forge. I've been there now officially for just over 2 years, but I've been in and out of the industry for the past 5. My role at Rad has me doing something completely different every day, but there's always a communication component to that, which makes me quite lucky, as that's what I'm most passionate about. Before moving into the game industry, though, I spent about 15 years working a mix of retail and customer service roles, and there was always a kind of customer-facing component there. So as you can imagine, I spent a lot of time talking to people. So hopefully, over that past 5 years in the games industry and that time in retail and hospitality, I should have at least 10 tips I can share with you today, and at least one of them should be able to help. Sure, we can all remember our first ever game industry event that we went to. I'm going to let you know about mine. So I was in uni, it's my second year. As I'm walking across campus, Bruce, our CEO, he just grabs me and he goes, "What are you up to this week?" And I'm like, "I've got this hand in, I've got that deadline." He goes, "Cool. Have you got a passport?" I answered yes. And then 24 hours later, I was on a plane to Cologne to go to Gamescom, which was my first ever proper foray into the games industry. And from there, I was truly hooked. I absolutely loved it. And this speech was definitely came because of that. So I'm going to talk about what you can do before an event to prep yourself. So first of all, work out for yourself why you are going to this event. This will help you work out what information you should have ready. Are you looking for your first role in the games industry? You should have your portfolio ready to show. And it's great if you can get hold of a tablet. Don't worry, just crack your phone out. It's just as good. Are you pitching your next game? You want to make sure you got an exciting elevator pitch. I know a couple of guys have already expressed that already. And make sure you got all your documents kind of like ready there to go through if it's appropriate to do so. Are you looking for co-dev work? You should know the availability of the team and the kind of games that you want to work on. So, prep work. The more information you work out before your networking event, the easier it's going to be. It'll give you more time to focus on finding new connections. So try to organize to meet as many of your contacts before the meeting, before the actual industry event. Go for food, go for drinks, go do an office visit. This is, if you're lucky, you're going to turn up to the event and 90% of your job's already done. Rolodex check. Building on from tip 2, prep work. Check your Rolodex of contacts before heading to an event. Have a look, check to see if any of the companies your contacts have worked for, see if they've released a game, if they've won any awards, if they've had any of their staff members have done a talk. These are all awesome starting points for a conversation with that person. And if you're lucky enough to know who's going to an event, you've done some research there, it's even better to do that for contacts you've not even met yet. So number 4, find a mentor. This one for me has been the most helpful by miles. Find someone who's willing to be your mentor is indispensable. This is just important for those of us with the biz dev component as our role, as it is a CEO, an artist, or a designer. I would not be here today without that guidance and, more importantly, the support I've been given for that. They've introduced me to their networks, they've supported me, and they've offered a safe space to talk both during events and afterwards as well. Cool, so now you're at the event. Use networking events to set up meetings at a later date. If you're pitching a game with a playable demo or a pitch deck, you will find that a lot of networking events are not the best place to crack out your big gaming ready laptop and start playing a build. Also as well, if you've traveled quite far, we've got guys down here from Scotland and all the way from London, you don't want to be lugging that kit around with you everywhere. Also, always have your elevator pitch ready to run there and then, but it's always good to crack open your calendar and get a call set up to show whoever you're talking to everything you've just got them excited about. 6, don't start a conversation with work-related info. Launching straight into your pitch, regardless of if that pitch is for yourself or a product you're promoting, that's always going to turn someone off. If you're struggling to start with the basics, we're all human. Start with, how are you doing? Did you have to travel far to get here? My favorite, have you been to this event before? This will let you know what headspace the person is in that you're talking to, and asking someone if they've been to an event before will normally prompt them to talk about themselves a bit and give you an idea of who you're actually talking to. You can also start or continue a conversation with games-related topics. As most people here, I can imagine, we enjoy talking about games. You can pick topics up from IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, GameIndustry.biz. Picked up just a couple of examples beforehand while I was having a cheeky Nando's with Ryan before this. Like, have you seen the new Apple Vision Pro goggles then? I wonder if they've got Doom 1993 to run on them yet. Have you had time to play Tears of the Kingdom yet? And if so, what's the most ridiculous thing that you've built yet? I know what we're all thinking, let's not mention it. 7, ask the person you're talking to all of the questions you want them to ask you. People love talking about themselves, so it's a really good way to warm someone up to talk about work. People will also mirror the energy you give off at the start of a conversation. So if you go in open, relaxed, and you're asking who they are, what they do, why they're here, you're more likely to get that interest back. And then you can start asking the questions that you want them to then reciprocate back to you afterwards. 8, share the love. Don't be a connection hoarder. If you're working for a VR heavy studio, let's say does a lot of tech artwork, and you end up talking to a studio that does 2D pixel art roguelikes, and keep that in mind while you're at the event. You may talk to a publisher later on that's looking for exactly that. Connect them up. Both of those contacts now will remember you forever, and you never know who they're going to talk to you about. 9, don't drink too much. The free bar is not an excuse to get tanked. This tip sounds really obvious, but it's common for there to be a free bar in the games industry, and we have a lot of people that this will be their first experience with one. So on that note, if you see someone and they're struggling a bit, remind them to grab a glass of water between drinks. It's going to make a huge difference to their night. Bonus tip, if you're organizing any meetings for an event the next day, especially those multi-day ones, don't put them in for 9 a.m. the next day. It's going to be rough. And last but not least, talk to students and people who are new to the industry. It's time to give back. Being a director, part of the C-suite, any form of management is incredibly taxing. You've probably done a day's work before you get to the event anyway. But it's still important to take that time out, listen to those who don't have that experience or foothold yet, and not brush them off. They will be the ones running the industry next, and you never know whose career you're going to make or break by doing that. All right, that's me. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate that. If you'd like me to go into more detail into any of those tips, or you want to ask and see if there's anything I've not mentioned now, feel free to give me a shout or give me a message on LinkedIn. All right, thank you for your time, everyone.
Oh, no, no thanks. Right, so this talk is called Play to the Audience, Games That Sell and How to Pitch Them. And that's my name. If you have a stupid name like this, you get used to being called lots of different things. For example, Paul Kidoff, Paul killed off, just killed us, Paul killed off Taylot, and my absolute personal favorite, Paul Kildruff Johnson. So my first point is, if you are making a game, don't call it some fucking stupid, elaborate thing. Please keep it concise. You would be really surprised by how many people are still making this mistake even now. Otherwise, you end up in Golf Magazine Presents 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples territory. No one wants to be there. Couple of quick things about me before we get properly started. As was kindly mentioned, I've been an indie developer since about 2005, probably best known for this thing, and most recently doing indie publishing things with the fantastic Ground Shatter. This is Fights in Tight Spaces. And then consulting and advisory things, probably most relevant for the purposes of this talk is the work I've done with UK Games Fund. So I see a lot of pitches. I think there are some UK Games Fund alums and various people. So hello. Yes, this talk is called Play to the Audience. It's about video games. This is a video game. It is a real video game. I think it's real. We tend to think about games a bit in isolation when we're developing them, and sometimes from a publisher perspective as well. But games have to connect with an audience. That's an audience. You're an audience. You all have individual feelings and beliefs and things, unfortunately. And the games that we make and fund and publish have to actually connect with people. Some quick caveats. This isn't going to be a how to do a pitch deck thing. There's loads of resources on that. You don't need me to tell you about it, and I'm sure you're all very experienced. Also, I'm wrong a lot, so if I say things that are wrong, that's fine. Feel free to disagree with me. I like talking about this stuff. You can talk to me later. And I won't be doing technical budgeting things. This is about stuff you need to convey in a pitch, so it's stuff to bear in mind. All right. They're coming for me. Here are the important parts of a pitch for me. So the catch and hold. This is a reframe of a thing you'll hear every publisher in the world talking about, which is attention and retention. So catch, think about what is going to catch the audience's attention, what is going to perhaps interrupt them from what they're doing, what's going to make them say, what the hell is that? I have to play it. I have to find out about it. A lot of games that are pitched are boring. They don't have any striking elements to them. And it would be better if people thought more about how to directly interrupt and gain attention. And then hold is kind of the long-term version of that. How do you create persistent attention? How do you create a long-term relationship with the game? Micro macro is a kind of slight perversion of a design term. It's kind of the gameplay equivalent of that. So micro would be the moment-to-moment gameplay, maybe how the game feels in an action game, or what are the decisions you're making in a turn-based game. And then macro is the progression. What is the player doing? What is their goal? Where are they going? How does it develop over time? So you need to convey those. I'm not going to be talking about the other two much because this is a very short talk, but validation and value, that's just about how are you going to prove out your assumptions. You need to be demonstrating that in your pitching. And then dev risk is a kind of publisher calculation that will need to be made around, can your team actually deliver on it? So you need to be addressing that too. We're going to focus on the first two today. So these are the components of the catch. The premise of a game is something that used to be kind of considered to be more important. We used to talk about things like core fantasy, but I think it still matters a lot. I've used the example of Untitled Goose Game here, and the premise of that game is that you are an unruly goose. That's a valid premise. There are all sorts of things that are valid. That's an interesting thing that I want to find out more about being an unruly goose. So think about roles and what the player is going to be doing. What are they going to be embodying? Then you have the genre of the game. And genre is just a familiarity heuristic. It's just a set of conditions that people use to decide, am I already familiar with this? Do I know where this is going? Is this something I already like? And then finally, there's the aesthetic, which is a whole world of talks in itself. But from the perspective of trying to attract attention, it's just something that conveys polish and detail in the game. It doesn't have to be realistic or super elaborate, but it needs to convey that attention that you've lavished on your game. That's one of the main things it's actually communicating early on. I really like this idea of familiarity and novelty that's in this book, Hitmakers by Derek Thompson. He did some investigation into pop music, and he found that a lot of the breakout pop hits contained really specific, familiar components, like a familiar rhythmic structure or familiar song structure. And then they had one weird element that was added to that. So maybe like a weird vocal sound or some weird instrumentation or something like that. So if you can show that your game has familiarity and novelty in your pitch, then that's great. Just a couple of examples of games that do that really well. These are ones we all know. Dead Cells, adding stuff to Metroidvania, really easy to take familiar cues from it, but it has this very unique art style. It has amazing progression and amazing depth. Here's a game that I think also does this really well. Yes, Your Grace. You can just see from immediately looking at a screenshot that it's got this very detailed, lavish pixel art sort of narrative world, but it's also got this management world sort of underpinning it. And that's conveyed almost instantly. You can tell everything you need to know about that from just looking at this. Genre. When you are in a genre, it's important to actually look at the games in that genre. And this is a strange thing that's come up in pitches for me a lot, where a company is sort of punting on a genre because it's popular. They're not living in it. So if you're not familiar with those games, you should be going on Steam and reading the extremely cursed Steam reviews that people leave. You should be at least watching streams, looking at how content creators are responding to those games and just delving in. You don't have to copy things, you don't have to take mechanics, but you have to have an awareness of these things because your audience does. Your audience is going to be coming out of the gate, comparing as hard as they possibly can. The first thing humans do when they see something is they compare it to something else. So if you're not already doing that and you're not ahead of that, then you might get some of those negative reviews we all love. Aesthetics, going to cover this really quickly. Obviously, the sort of holy grail of aesthetics is something that stands out or hasn't really been seen before in games, that is extremely vibrant. Like I've got Cuphead here as an example of that. But games that look like this can also do really well. This is Caves of Cud, and its aesthetic is functional. It conveys the depth of the game. So going for either something that can be aesthetic first or something that's really living in its depth can both be really valid choices. So just quickly now moving on from catching attention to holding it. I don't know how many people here have seen the Factorio trailer, Factorio's first kind of release trailer that's on Steam. It's probably the best indie game trailer ever. It starts with this little vehicle going around and some sort of jaunty music, and then very quickly that evolves into this absurd, enormous system that the players build, and eventually a rocket launches from the middle. So this is communicating early on that I'm starting with this certain type of gameplay, but I'm able to build systems and express myself. And that's what a huge amount of that audience, particularly on PC, want to do. They want to create their own systems. They want to put in a lot of detail and express themselves personally. And systems don't always have to be kind of extrinsic. They can be on the character. This is the skill tree from Path of Exile. It's a hyper elaborate version of skill trees from other games. It's one of the things they innovated on at the time, was just pushing this out as big as possible. And this allows for player creativity on the character. And that's something that we don't think about enough. When we talk about systems and building systems in games, we often think about simulations or survival games or things like that. But you can do it sort of internally. So back to that micro-macro idea I was talking about earlier, how you do that within the game. This is fights in tight spaces again. And one of the issues we had with this early on in development was that turns weren't quite interesting enough. And the reason behind that was that movement was sort of too free. So you could do a move and then move out of the way of all the enemies and then move back in and do another move. And James Parker, who's the game director and lead designer on this game, did some brilliant detailed work around getting movement into the cards and taking it away from being kind of completely freeform to make that sort of cognitive load of an individual turn much more interesting and much more challenging. You had much more kind of risk reward there. And then similarly, the macro progression of the game, how builds work, how it evolves over time. That was something where we took a lot of cues from other things in the genre. So we worked on both of those things throughout dev, and it ended up kind of working very well. So massive credit to Groundshatter on that. Right, that's basically it for me. Thank you very much for listening. I'm around later if you'd like to chat about any of this stuff. Enjoy your evening.
I'm an AI designer at People Can Fly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about AI prototyping. Don't worry, I made this very accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways that can apply to a lot of other fields. So first of all, what do I do? Well, my role, if I had to define it very briefly, would be that I design the behavior and the abilities of non-playable characters, whether they're your friends, your enemies, neutral, whatever, and how they fit in the gameplay. I work on an upcoming AAA title. I'm in a small AI design cell of 5 people, but I also work in a much bigger AI team with like 30 people, with people making sounds, animations, programmers, VFX, whatever. We're really having a lot of fun. On the daily basis, I'd say I make 20% of my time is for GDDs. 10% of my time is to do meetings, play tests, pitching, and then most of my time is doing prototyping, and that's what I'd love to talk to you about. What is prototyping? Very briefly, it can be in-engine or in paper, but I'm going to talk about the in-engine prototyping. It's just building the example of a mechanic to test its gameplay. I think good prototyping should be relatively fast to implement, very cheap to do, so you shouldn't be dependent on that many people, on that many different technologies, and you always have a lesson to learn from it, meaning that whether it makes it into the game or not, it's still a viable prototype. What you search in a prototype is not if it's in the final game, it's like what are the takeaways from it. Let's talk. Oh yeah, but first, before going into AI prototyping, we need to talk about AI philosophy. So rule number 1, a robot may not injure a human being. No, that's not it. So yeah, if I had to compile 3 homemade rules to make a good AI, a good NPC, it'd be, first of all, the red thing is bad, the green thing is good. So AIs are not meant to be super smart. I'd say you want to have them like 90% predictable. Obviously, you can play with this number, but it's to creating that kind of loop that the player can understand that you're going to create the fun. And it's through these 10 remaining percent of unpredictability that you're going to add the little spice, which is going to make that NPC interesting. NPCs, AIs shouldn't mirror players. What I mean by that is that they shouldn't have all the same abilities, behaviors. Obviously, I had a little star. That's obviously if they're bots in a PvP game, it doesn't apply. But usually, for any other kind of game, I think that NPCs work better when they have a simple role. When it's to encourage the player to do like a certain play style, or to encourage the player to do a certain action or whatever mechanic. And last but not least, sometimes people see NPCs are as a very different thing, and they're unique in games. They should be treated differently. But from my point of view, when you really rationalize game design, they're just like any other system. The only difference is that they have an appearance, and usually they have hands and stuff. So to me, AIs are more like a personified system. They look like they're different, but actually they're not, and they're just one other tool to make your gameplay loops. In one little sentence, I say that AI philosophy in games should be about promoting player gameplay. It's really about encouraging the player to use actions rather than making like a super smart AI that's better than everyone in the independent world. Like NPCs, for example, in a FIFA, it's not about this, superstar player that you want. It's more about that AI making that smart ball call so that you can make a long pass, and you're encouraged to do that mechanic. In Halo, for example, I know someone loves Halo here. Well, the elite is like that super strong soldier, but at the same time, you know that it's gonna roll, and so it's about predicting, anticipating that roll to, rather than shooting directly at it, throw a projectile where it's gonna roll, where it's gonna head. In Need for Speed, for example, it's always it's not always about making the fastest driver, but when you have teammates with you, sometimes they can be in front of you just so you can draft and be faster. And that's to encourage you to use that mechanic. So it's not just about making them like better than you. So now that you know a little bit more about my AI philosophy, I'd like to showcase 5 takeaways that apply to AI prototyping, and I hope you find some of these useful. First of all, you should think of them as a function. Don't focus on the character when you do the prototype of an AI. Focus on what it does, meaning it doesn't matter if the abilities or the behaviors that you're going to prototype end up on other NPCs. They might be kept for later. They might be disregarded, and that's still okay. What you need to do is to list the functions you want to prototype and questions before prototyping them. And these are the questions that you're going to answer. Does my ability do that? Yes and no. Or you can add variations, but that's really the kind of mindset that you should head into, not trying to make like the demo of the entire character. Number 2, don't explain. First of all, you need to define the audience of your prototype, meaning to who you're going to show that recording of the prototype. And what I recommend is defining within your team, within the whole production, like your inner group and your outer group. Your inner group is basically going to be all the people you work with very closely, your manager, like a few technical stakeholders, and you're going to explain to them what you want to do, and you're going to make a few iterations. They're going to give you feedback and even suggestions, and with them you can explain everything. But that outer group, which is mainly going to be, the people that really make the final decisions, like the directors, the publisher, etc., you shouldn't really explain everything. You just have to make sure that when the recording of the prototype is good enough, understandable on its own without you speaking, you show it to them, and only then you show it. You don't need to show every single step of the prototype, because else they're going to have kind of a bias, and you don't know anymore if the prototype is understandable or not. So yeah, involve your inner group early on. It's going to be very helpful, and people are truly going to feel blessed to help you, and use that kind of show don't tell mentality for your outer group. Number 3, which is going to help the previous point, is to sign everything. I mean, add sign in feedback everywhere. So what I recommend doing for this is to build an assets library over time. So mainly, for example, in my case, I have an assets library with VFX, SFX, animations, and I'm going to talk early with their owners, and I'm going to ask if we can have tunable parameters. It might seem costly at first, but when you have them, first of all, they're going to be more in control, and then you're going to require less of their time, and every new prototype you make is not going to need new assets. So that's really handy. And if you cannot have these assets, you can always duplicate what's existing and chop them up, slow them down, tune things. But usually having an assets library really helps. My 4th tip is to isolate, then integrate. So meaning that NPCs, obviously, they're part of a whole, but first you need to find what they bring individually to the table. Here is, like Mario, for example, in the white box. And I've always heard this legend where, they prototype they prototype the controls as good as possible in a white box where there's anything, and they wait for it to be fun on its own before putting it in the level. And you should really have the same kind of mentality where it's just your character, your playable character, and the AI, and you double check that first, and then you place that AI in a real level alone to check how it's gonna interact with the environment, and then you add other NPCs as well. And the last tip I have, which is more like the cheer on the cape, once you've done everything else, it kind of breaks all the other rules, but that's the little thing. It's to make them relatable. So once everything before has been done, add this little flavor of soul, that little pause in between their actions, that little animation when they fail and they get angry, that little voice line when they see you, because it's all gonna make them more relatable and or understandable to the audience, and that's really what's going to make your prototype stand out. So that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, and yeah.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Dunn, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the last year of Nostalgia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, unlike many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving, not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements, some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. it's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we creating the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do these 2 days a month on developing your projects, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from Courtsync. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see this phase of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way we can. So what we're doing right now with Courtsync is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from SovDev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn, and that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, a game that looks like this, and people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm really excited to be here in Dundee. So I'm here to introduce Modus Games. We are a publisher, and our tagline is that we bring AAA publishing to independent developers. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about our group first. So a lot has changed recently, and it can be a little bit confusing about who we are. So at the group level, we're Maximum Entertainment. We're publicly traded on the Swedish Stock Exchange, and we have two different sides of the business. So we have the development side, which is known as Modus Studios, and then we have our publishing labels, of which one is Modus Games. So I'll tell you a little bit about those first. So Modus Studios is based all around the world. We have studios in US, Brazil, Sweden, Hungary, and Romania. And we have about 8 games in development at the moment and 120 game developers. So it's grown quite large quite quickly. And they're working on some really exciting projects at the moment, like an American football simulation title. We actually have a game coming out this week called Bramble, the Mountain King. So please support if you can. It's coming out on Steam and all the platforms. And then we have our publishing labels. So Just for Games is based in France. That's kind of the top distributor of physical games in France. And they work with a lot of AAA companies. Then we have Merge, which is based in the UK. They're an indie publisher. And they are actually publishing Bramble later this week. And they also did a game recently called Small Land, which was doing really well on Steam, like an open world survival craft game. And then we have Maximum Games, which is also the company that I represent. We are a top 20 physical publisher in the world, so we do physical copies and lots of cool editions with games like Among Us and Sifu and Kenna Bridge of Spirits, and we do merchandise and collector's editions and stuff like that as well. So what is Modus Games? That's what I'm here to talk about today, and hopefully I can talk to you personally later as well if you're working on any titles. So we're about 50 people in the publishing unit. We've done over 20 games at this point, and we're really flexible as a publisher. So we like to work with lots of different developers around the world on lots of different games. And to tell you a little bit about us, I thought I'd do just a couple of small case studies of games that we've worked on before and how we've worked with them on both the marketing side and the production side. So the first is Super Animal Royale. I wonder if anyone has played this game here. Oh, there we go. One person. So yeah, incredibly popular, as you can see. So with Super Animal Royale, the game had actually already released when we came to help them. But they had this weird system where it was like they had a free demo, but then you could upgrade it to a paid game. And the game is so special and so fun that we thought that this could go to a way bigger audience. So we ended up signing a deal with them, and we kind of had 3 pillars for how we wanted to market the game and revamp the whole thing. So we created a bespoke plan and campaign for the developers. We really made it community and influencer driven. And then we put a big emphasis on basically getting the game in as many places as possible and just marketing it everywhere. So the bespoke plan was basically to make the game totally free to play because, you know, we're an evil publisher and we just love microtransactions, of course. But no, the developers are very, this is their precious baby, and we really were sensitive to their needs and what they wanted to do. But this game just like has the potential to go to such to be so accessible and to go to such a wide audience that we basically revamped the whole thing, and we built out a whole system to make it a live service game. And then we could market all of these cool like seasonal updates and battle passes, and we've expanded it to like over 400 playable animals, which is really awesome at this stage, and still doing more and more. And the way that we did that is really by having a community and influencer base of the marketing campaign. So we contacted a bunch of influencers that seemed like they might be interested in playing the game, and we did loads of cool stuff with them. Like we made them animals in the game that they could play as, and they just went absolutely crazy for that. So I think like doing those really bespoke things for individual influencers really pay off. And then we did a lot of community events and incentivized the community to do a lot of fan art and to get involved with the game, and we grew the Discord to over 100,000 members. And then we went truly multi-platform. We went crazy with the porting and just ported it to as many different places as possible, including Google Stadia, RIP, Facebook. We even brought it to Mac, which we don't use very often. But we really wanted that, like, whenever we were doing this like global marketing, that people could literally play the game wherever they wanted. That was like a huge part of the campaign for us, and so it worked out really well. We have got to almost 40,000 reviews on Steam now. We've almost reached 10 million unique players as well. And, you know, I can go on all day about how amazingly great we are, but if you really want to make money making games, then just make animals that look like humans in your game. It works every time. Okay, so the production case study I wanted to talk about is In Sound Mind. So this is an amazing game made with a development studio in Israel. And the cool thing about working with them was that they were not super experienced game developers. They were actually recent students, and they used to make games together as kids, and then they just decided to make a game studio together. And that brought up a lot of kind of challenges during the process, but the game was special enough that we really wanted to just go through with it. So we brought in this man here, who is part of our team. He's our VP of production. And his philosophy behind production, and I guess if you're in game development, you will understand this, is that anything that could not possibly go wrong will definitely go wrong. And we have found that time and time again with our games. And so what we're really trying to do is just basically be there for you when stuff does inevitably go wrong. So with In Sound Mind, the way we did that was by focusing on 4 main things. So the first is testing. That's basically a huge part of game development for us now. So we've grown a group to almost 3,000 playtesters on our Discord. And with In Sound Mind, every time they made a new chapter of the game, we were doing a play test, and we were scoring maybe, we do like predicted Metacritic, and we were scoring maybe like 50 to 60% each chapter, and then through just testing, asking really specific questions about specific parts of the game, we were bringing that score up about 20 points by the end of each play test. And then it came to porting, so we always like to do multi-platform and global, and the developers were like, it's impossible to port to Nintendo Switch, it's impossible to port to current generation, previous generation like PS4 and Xbox One. We were like, don't worry bros, like we got you, like we're so experienced with this, like yeah, we were totally wrong. So we actually never managed to bring the game to PS4 and Xbox One because it was impossible. We should have listened to them. But after 8 grueling months, we did manage to bring the game to Nintendo Switch. But that was a really interesting learning experience for us. Because the game was actually developed originally on such an old version of Unity that it actually could not pass submission checks. So we had to change the whole game to a newer version of Unity quite close to the end. Similarly with localization, it all went wrong. Usually it's all done in a spreadsheet, but this time it was just done on Microsoft Notepad. So we had to go through and change that whole thing just to localize to different languages, which was a really interesting experience again. But you know, we love the games, and we love each game that we publish, and we want to give it the right amount of time and effort that's necessary to make something truly special and to allow it to reach its potential. And so we really just wanted to give the developers enough time to do it, and we delayed the game a couple times, and that's very common in the games industry and with us also. So here are the results. We managed to get to overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which we were so proud of, and we were so happy for the developers as well. So yeah, we're really, really happy with that result. Oh. Okay, so just a couple other cool things, I guess, working with us. One is that we do physical releases for most of our titles, so that's really awesome. You actually get to hold a copy of your game once it comes out, which I think is a really special experience. And we can also do merchandise and things like that. And also, you get to see data. This is a slide that maybe would be the least exciting thing ever for some people, but for some people it's also really exciting. So we basically show you all of the data that we have. So like sales, unit numbers, pretty much everything you can see at exactly the same time as us. So it allows you to really run your business in a transparent way where you can see everything going on. So yeah, that's us, AAA publishing for independent developers. Thank you for sitting through this with me, and yeah, hope to chat to you about this afterwards.
Probably put it on after his talk. Thirty-second warning for all peoples. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your munch. For those online, we're going to start kicking things off shortly. If I can get everyone focused on the talks, there is some pretty powerful content coming. Thank you very, very much. So the next person up is Tony Gowland, and they've worked on such title as Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption. Tony brings... Oh, sorry, I thought that was another game name. My bad. That would be a great name for a game. Tony brings deep expertise in game creation, system design, and live operations. As managing director of Ant Workshop Ltd, he leads the development of original IPs like Dead End Job, Binaries, and their most recent release, Dungeon Golf. Known for their unique humor and challenging gameplay, Tony specializes in creating world-class fun. Please, can we give a warm round of applause for Tony?
So I'm here to talk to you about my new game, Tony Brings Deep Experience. Everyone loves mini golf, right? Which button do I press to go forward? That one. So, hi, I'm Tony. I run a company called Ant Workshop. Ant Workshop is a small studio based in Edinburgh. I'm from Middlesbrough originally, so... We've done original IP such as Binaries, Dead End Job, and Dungeon Golf. We've done work for hire, John Wick, Thomas Was Alone, blah, 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 blah. You can read the slide. Last year, we released a game called Dungeon Golf. Dungeon Golf is mini golf in a dungeon. You play as funny cartoon characters playing mini golf through a dungeon. If you hit your ball into monsters, the monsters die and you get a shot back. It's 4-player, local and online multiplayer. It looks like this. We've got skeletons using their legs. We've got wizards. You can use, every character's got like a couple of special abilities that you can charge up and use, all this kind of stuff. That one. It's, look at that, 85% positive user reviews on Steam. You cannot get better than 85%. All these people really enjoyed it. You might be a little bit too far back to see what the problem is. Can you see what the problem is? 85% of the 34 user reviews of this game. So I'm going to do a talk about, actually, I've only got 10 minutes, so I'm going to do a talk about 8 things that I did wrong self-publishing Dungeon Golf. And it's going to be, I think the Americans call it radical candor. It's going to be a little bit brutal. I'm going to have a bit of a cry. Maybe at the end of it, we'll all feel a bit better about ourselves. I know I will. Let's just dive in. Number 1, the price. Dungeon Golf was £15. £15 doesn't seem like a lot of money for a video game, does it? But like I said, it's 4 players, local and online multiplayer. Trying to persuade 3 of your pals to kind of also spend 15 quid means that between you, you're all putting in like 60 quid, which actually does seem like quite a lot of money to gamble on. As much as I would like to think that we're well known, we're not. So like an unknown developer, an unknown IP, are you really going to spend, like try and persuade your pals to all do that when you could just golf with your friends on Game Pass? Probably not. Number 2, early access. Early access sounds great. You can get a bit of money coming in. People might forgive some of the bugs in the game, all of that sort of stuff. Early access, I think, really cut our legs from under us. You don't get as much visibility with early access like Steam. You can end up on like new and trending. And also there's just some people will not buy early access titles. I think if you have a bit of a following and you have a bit of a name for yourselves, maybe early access would work out for you because people would trust you a bit. But again, kind of unknown developers here. And the other side of it as well is like really early on we realized like, look, this just isn't selling. We need to kind of bail on this. We can't afford to keep working on it. But we also didn't want to leave a title just like as floating as an early access development title that didn't get to a version 1. Because, we want to release other games and we don't want to have that kind of stigma. So it's like we still had to keep working on something knowing that it basically just wasn't selling at all. We chose a really bad launch week. So you pick your launch week quite far in advance. And then it turns out that friggin' Party Animals, which had like millions of wish lists and stuff on Steam and was like a huge party multiplayer game, was coming out the same week as us. For some reason, we still stuck with that launch date rather than just going like, look, no one really cares about the launch date of Dungeon Golf. Let's just push ourselves back by a couple of weeks to get a better launch week. We didn't shout about it early enough. This is what Google image search says is a man being stealthy. Should have had the Steam page live like probably a year earlier than we did to kind of like start having something that we can point people towards and start kind of like properly talking about it. But instead we always had this thing of it's like, oh, the art's not quite ready yet. Oh, we can get some slightly better screenshots. And it's like just that thing of like perfection just being the absolute enemy of actually just getting some shit done and getting it out there. And it did mean, like, because we were so quiet about it for so long, like it took us a long time to realize that our marketing wasn't cutting through, and maybe the audience size for the game just like it wasn't what we thought that it might be. And if we'd have had those indicators a bit earlier on, you know, maybe we could have adjusted our budget or adjusted our time scale or any of that kind of stuff. But we didn't. And now we're halfway through. This is good. Still got 5 minutes left, everybody. I didn't understand Steam events. Like I said, we'd done a lot of console ports and like a lot of console publishing for other people, so I kind of understood console storefronts a little bit. Didn't really understand Steam at all. We thought things like Sports Fest would help us gain followers and like gain wish lists and stuff like that. Turns out Steam does not give a shit about you if you don't bring an audience to the game. You cannot put something on Steam and expect Steam to get the audience for you. So we went into Sports Fest with a playtest as well, which it turns out, so Steam have got playtests and they've got demos. Demos are really well understood by players, playtests not so much, and Steam's whole backend really doesn't treat playtests in the same way at all. So yeah, we went into like Sports Fest and stuff with a playtest. We spent a lot of time and effort on like doing a new version and kind of like marketing beats around that. We got 68 wish lists across the whole of Sports Fest, the whole week of Sports Fest. I mean, you could say this graph has the day before and the day after as well, just so you can kind of see what our sort of like regular organic was. 68 wish lists over the whole week. I could pay £5 on Twitter ads and get twice that number. So it really wasn't worth the effort. Speaking of wish lists, I believed some wish list pseudoscience. People say that when you launch, you will get roughly like your sort of like initial week sales will be roughly 20% of whatever your wish list number is. And maybe that is right when you kind of consider all of the games on Steam and kind of put all of that into a big old pot. But there's like different genres, there's different things like, again, like early access and stuff like that. You can't generalize these numbers. I think there's quite a few people out there that spend a lot of their time basically making a living out of what I do now consider to be complete pseudoscience. I mean, you can see as well without like our wish lists, it's like we had spikes on events and then it would go back down to nothing. Like it's really juddery. There was no kind of like organic people giving any kind of a damn whatsoever about Dungeon Golf day to day. Like people weren't kind of thinking like, oh, I'm going to go out and search for this game. And I think that the wish lists that you get from events and stuff like that are really low quality in comparison. Simon Byron did quite a good talk about this and quite a good tweet about it. I recommend you hunting that out. I'm not going to go into it because now I've over-talked and I've only got 2 minutes left. Number 7, we're blinkered by genre sales. We thought, oh, there's some really big selling mini golf games. Walkabout, so these are Steam numbers. Walkabout is like a huge thing on Meta, and I couldn't find the numbers for that. But I think what I've realized since is that all the mini golf games that actually sell really well aren't really about the mini golf. They're kind of just something. The golf is something that you do while you're chatting with your pals. Like Walkabout Mini Golf came out during the pandemic and is essentially just a happy place that you can be in with your friends while people are being killed by the government. Finally, we focus too much. This is what Google Image Search says is a woman focusing. Yeah, do you know that expression? Put all of your eggs into one really shaky basket. It's a really famous expression. That's what we did. So we switched off because we needed all of our staff to get the game done on time. So it's like we switched off all of our work for hire and all of that kind of stuff. And once you start turning that work down, it's really hard to, like, people will stop asking, and it's really hard to build those networks back up again. So I very much regret that. And that's our 8 things that I did wrong. It's been a bit of a brutal talk. I picked myself up. I learned from one of our modern world's greatest philosophers, Bluey's mum. Have a little cry, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, keep going. You've got to keep going. These are the things that I learned from self-publishing Dungeon Golf. They will make our next games better. Hopefully they will make your next games better now that you're slightly aware of ways that people mess up things. Speaking of next games, Into the Restless Ruins is our next game. It's really great. It's a deck builder where you build a dungeon and you go through it. Give it a wish list. It's probably a low quality wish list. I don't care. The algorithm does still care about however many wish lists you've got. Cool. That's it. That's my talk.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. That was a bit awesome. I will make sure I get a picture of that so I can wish list straight away. I'll be all over that. I'm going to use that particular beat to ask everyone to wish list Southfield, Radical Forges game that is burning its way out onto early access this Monday. So, our next speaker, Bonafide legend, has stormed his way over from the IT industry with over 30 years experience. He has been one of my mentors in the past, and I've learned an incredible amount from him, which I'm incredibly grateful for. And he has started he's founded his new studio, Fox Chicken Grain, and he's here to talk to you about that. Please can we have a very, very warm welcome for Phil Foxter.
First time I've seen that where it's so close. At the weekend, it was up there somewhere. Okay, so thank you all for hanging around. Tony said his talk was kind of brutal. I'm not going to go any easier on you with this one, I'm afraid. So it's called Be More Kind. How did the games industry get so negative? Okay, so first of all, as these things go, a bit about me, because it's how it is. Yeah. As Derek mentioned, 34 years working in various different IT roles. I was head of operations for Radical Forge until September of last year, and then I formed Fox Chicken Grain in January of this year. And I'm a regular around video games events in the north. I must slow down because I haven't even taken a minute over that. And there is only 6 slides in this. So anybody know any good songs? No? Okay. Right. Well, okay. So I do. It sounds like a song title, doesn't it? Sure it does, because it is. It's a song by Frank Turner, which goes, there's a line in it, be more kind, my friends, try to be more kind. Okay. The disclaimer here to start with, it's not about any one person. It's during 2021. The industry was full of people helping one another and very, very little negativity that I could see. People talked, people supported one another. Once the redundancies started to bite though, how do I move this? IT. Give me one moment. just a last bit. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Stop. Thank you. This is partly explained by the fact that people who are stressed and who are stressed tend to lose positive elements of their personality first. I'm sure everybody in this room has come across something where you've gone, hang on a second, they're not normally like that. Why? And a lot of it comes down to the situation the industry is in right now, or has gone through the last 2 years. Okay. So where are we now? People are less than excellent to one another. There's an increase in the number of people who feel that blowing out someone else's candle will make theirs shine brighter. It doesn't. It doesn't. If anything, it just makes you look like an idiot. For the industry to survive, though, oops, hang on. So, there we go. Okay. Can we just scroll down again, please? For the industry to survive without ripping itself apart, there needs to be a change to the level of positivity. As a saying goes, though, if you want change, you need to be the agent of that change. Supporting one another right now is more important than ever. Why is this important? Because the impact on the mental health of those already struggling with redundancy, either their own or those of that of their friends, and the difficulty finding work is massive. There are occasional shining lights that show the way, though, and I'm sure that each one of you can have your own example that you can think of here. Be like them. Okay? That's time. I could try singing. Would that clear the... No? Okay, thanks for the vote of confidence. To be fair, you probably, of all people, have heard my singing and probably go, no, definitely not. Yeah, exactly. So what can you do to help stem this tide? Right? It's not something that is somebody else's problem. Yeah, what can you do? Try your best not to be the spreader of negative talk. Especially don't be the one to start it. An old mentor of mine once said to me, before you say anything, you should apply 3-question rule to it. Is it nice? Is it necessary? And is it true? Right? If you can't answer yes to all 3 of those questions, don't bother saying it. What's the point? You're just going to cause hurt. Okay? The only way that the industry is going to get out of this with a more streamlined and stronger industry is to be, for us all here and out there, to be that person. Be the person you would want supporting you. There will be crap that hurts you, but try your hardest to turn that around to the positive. And one last line from the master, that is Frank: be the lighthouse for those that are floundering, because there will be people out there that need you and just need a kind word. So on that note, we'll go on to contact details if you want. Yeah. We're all professional now. We've got a domain, we've got LinkedIn for the company. We're on X, which I resisted forever, and phone number. So at that, and just under 4 minutes left, I'd like to say thank you very much for bearing with me and my technical issues today. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Phil. That was awesome. And I do believe we require now a quick mid-talk round of applause for Lucy, who is making this all work and doing this very ad hoc in the back. Okie dokie. I hope you're all sat down and comfortable. I've got the biggest speech of the entire night to introduce the next man. Here's the man that needs no introduction, Flint.
Hello. yeah, you're going to be very underwhelmed. I see nothing. Oh.
All right, we're doing it now.
We're doing it now. So can we get a massive round of applause for Callum Underwood for his birthday today? 42 today. Can we get a happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. I'm doing this into the mic. Happy birthday, dear Callum. Happy birthday to you. Well, yeah. Woo, 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 woo. Hmm? Yeah. Do I need my slides? Yes. Are they not here?
Can you
Yeah.
ad-lib for 27
Yeah.
seconds?
So I've been asked to ad-lib for a little bit. So I met Callum for the first time. No, I'm joking. I won't make it all about you, mate. Don't worry. It's all good. So yeah, is everyone having a good time? Could we get another round of applause for all the speakers? Been very, very good. Yes. Positivity is what I like to hear. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm just waiting for my slides. Should I do a little dance?
We're currently running a very, very intelligent search program.
AI?
Close. It's actually a little bit more personal. It's, again, Lucy saving the day. So
Another round of applause for Lucy. I'm hoping this is eating into my presentation time.
we do extra time here.
Nah, I don't like that. Can we keep it? Yeah. I can just go if you want.
Yeah, if you want to just go, and then I can pull up later and we can run in.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to attempt it. No slide.
That's
We all
right.
have to flip a bit
It's like
legend.
freestyle. I could just beatbox if you do. Should I do that instead? Not gonna do that. But thank you though. No, I'm not. Okay, so my name's you might know me as Flint. That's my stage name. My name's Luke Wintflint, but my surname sounds like a Dr. Zeus character, so please don't call me that. I work for Nosebleed Interactive. I'm the lead designer there. And this is where I would go. This is the CEO, but it just says Games Talk. So imagine there's a picture of that guy over there, Andreas Fernigal. If you haven't met him, he is the CEO, and I feel bad for you if I haven't met him. What an amazing man, a superhero of the industry. I couldn't talk him up enough. But yeah, so Nosebleed, you might know them for games such as The Hungry Horde, which is like a twin stick survival game. Another one is Vostok Inc., which is essentially an idle game in space, but you make bear pee. And I love making pee because I'm from the South, and that's where you love money. And then also Arcade Paradise, which is the newest release. We've just released the VR version of Arcade Paradise as well. So just pause for applause. No, okay, all right, yeah, okay, we can go. Very good. Yeah, and then a little bit about me. I have been a lead designer for about 6 years, been in the industry for about 10. This is all really weird, isn't it? Just looking at me. Yeah, so don't listen to anything I say because I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, some of the stuff I've worked on in the past is a puzzle game in VR called Shadowpoint, where you align objects with shadows on the wall. It's kind of a bit esoteric. It's very cool, very Escher. Yeah, and then also a game with Warner Brothers. It was the Jurassic World Part 1 and 2. It's a bit like, anyone played Alien Isolation? 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people. Nice. It's like that, but in VR with raptors in a abandoned facility. It's kind of cool. Yeah. And then obviously I've now been helping out with the release of Arcade Paradise. So what I want to talk to you today about is what I call design decay, which is really kind of like design debt. But design debt I like to think of as more like designers do things that adds on top and gives them more things to do in the later. But really, what it is designers having an idea for a feature or a mechanic, and that not being communicated because of either one, time. Time is money, so we have to spread people thin, or just not having enough time to iteration time. So as we all understand as developers, iteration is our friend. We love iterating. So I guess it's very hard for me to do this. There's nothing here. Do we have an ETA on anything at all? Nothing. That would be cringe, wouldn't it? Would that be cringe? I don't know. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. We'll be back after this break. Okay.
Can we also have a round of applause for Flint for the first half of this presentation? That is incredibly hard to do while looking that cool. I've only once had to do a talk where I've logged into the wrong Google Drive and my speaker notes have vapidly disappeared, but I was lucky enough to have my presentation still running on the screen, so it wasn't quite as difficult as that. So Flint, I was very, very impressed. What we're going to do now is we're going to run another video from one of our sponsors, Lucid. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to run generative AI to rebuild Flint's presentation from scratch, and then head from there. And if you do get a chance, do wish Callum a happy birthday. He's a wonderful man. He deserves all your love.
LucidLink presents Unbound, a series about creatives using LucidLink to do their best work.
Our creative studio is called Sandwich.
We make commercials. We've launched countless startups that have exploded into giants. Skyrocketed brands that are in our daily lives.
A lot of our post team works remotely, or actually from everywhere. So we needed cloud storage that isn't just fast, but real-time fast, and accessible from anywhere.
And that's where LucidLink comes in.
We tried other ways to collaborate and share media.
But we learned the hard way that those cloud storage platforms weren't built for real-time collaboration. Downloading files, duplicating everything, it wasn't fun.
It sucked.
LucidLink is different. Our team loved it immediately.
I'm actually connected to our file space right now. It mounts just like a drive. I don't even need to download video files to play them.
This video is about a little box called Planet.
A revision?
But we already shipped. I know. Ben, explain yourself.
I just think the final shot needs more flavor.
This project is due tomorrow.
Guys, I already rendered a new version.
How is that even possible?
LucidLink. It's a cloud-native shared storage solution with block-based data streaming to optimize on-demand user performance.
Can you say that again in English?
LucidLink. It just works. It just works. I get quick access to all of our stuff anytime, anywhere. So when lightning strikes, I just pop into a project and update it.
And sent.
This is incredible.
How did you do this?
I vote it goes in.
Me too.
Me three. How are we getting these files over to color?
I got this drive. I'll run over there.
And that was the last time we ever heard from Aton.
There he goes.
All you need to do is add the colorist as a collaborator. Managing permissions on LucidLink is actually super easy. It's secure right out of the box. So I'm just going to add colorist back in.
Whoa, the files are just here. Nice.
Hey, has anyone heard from Aton? Who's Aton?
Wi-Fi out here isn't great, but I needed fresh air. Luckily, I did my sequence. That way, I can keep working even with slow internet. Now, I'll just add these 4K graphics in, and the cut is ready to share.
Our creative studio is called Sandwich.
Oh, wow. This is so good, you guys. I love it. No notes.
LucidLink makes all this possible by bringing our whole team together. No matter where we are.
Oh, I just had another idea for this shot.
No.
No.
Okay, another huge thank you to Lucid Link for sponsoring this event and making it all possible. And I'll do another read through of all the sponsors. We've got Red Rover Interactive, No More Robots, Pocket Size Hands, LCR Connect, Invest Liverpool City Region, Newcastle Gateshead Initiative, Invest Northeast, Scape Technology, Lucid Link, Sorelio, Fallen Planet, Johnston Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. We're going to take another break now. If we can get you all back at about 25 past, and we'll see how AI has done at rebuilding Flint's project. All right, another big round of applause for all the speakers.
These sometimes get like confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This or like you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NestMaker, GB Studio, like a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. And like if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Yeah, forums keep this kind of stuff alive. It's just better than Discord groups because that really gets lost. And it also helps you meet a whole bunch of people. So then when you go to events, you can hang out and meet all these people that you've been just avatars with for long times. So I released this on itch. I forgot where we're going to go with this. I've not practiced this one this much yet. So yeah, show this off at like local gaming things, see if people like it. Not every game in this like homebrew scene needs to get a physical release, because some are just tech demos and just like fun projects. But yeah, if you pass that and like your game's good, people like it at events and stuff, how do you make it real? You go for funding. There's a lot of Kickstarters for this in this space at the moment. There've been a few really successful ones and then a few minorly successful ones. Also make a, what's this? Press kit for your game. Then you can just copy paste your stuff to Kickstarter, and the press just love just being able to copy paste stuff as well, being lazy writers. On day of release, if you don't learn anything else from me, send your press kit and like press release to inbox at gamespress.com, and then that will get sent out to like most of the media people. Yeah, people get like an email every day that tells them what's happening. So I've funded these 2 games through Kickstarter for NES, and then we added Dreamcast and PC and stuff on the other ones. People ask about manufacture. How do you make these games these days? AliExpress has got like lots of really cool shells and stuff. And if you're like serious about it, you can contact the manufacturers that they use and like cut out the middleman of AliExpress and get custom stuff done in that. And then you use like a cart flasher. You can get ones for all the different systems. And then you can make your boards, and that sounds really scary and stuff. But yeah, and you can get cool custom PCBs. But more recently, there's a bunch of people just doing this for you, so you can kind of buy them off the shelf and ship them. They'll even like flash the games to you if you give them a little build as well. What are these? Yeah, boxes and stuff. Frank in America, he seems to do everybody's box in America for some reason. Or you do it yourself, but again, that's a lot of hassle. Frank's boxes are really good. When you're doing a Kickstarter, like people private message you, basically saying we can do what you're going to do, but cheaper for you. So just be aware that might happen. Frank reached out to me during that thing saying we can do it, but so did Broke Studio, and Broke Studio were like, we can do the whole thing, not just the boxes. So I was like, yep, and it was cheaper than Frank as well. But if I was to do it all myself, Limited Run more recently, I've been getting into more like indie like homebrew releases as well. But their lead times are a bit long if you want to get a game out. And again, I met the guy from Brook Studio. He came to Dundee to get married. He loves Scotland. He was thinking about moving here, but didn't because of Brexit. He's got a logistics company. He needs to be able to ship stuff. Yeah, we look for easy ways to port these games up to get more stuff. I remember when I was at school, there was like a guy on a bus It was a school bus. It gave me a burnt disc saying like NES games, and it was for the Dreamcast, and it was Nester DC. And I was like, wait a minute, that was a thing. I could play NES games on the Dreamcast. Turns out it's an open source project. It's got a reasonably permissive license, so we edited it a bit, made it like nicer to use. And yeah, with help from one of my friends from a previous job, released it as like NES to Dreamcast. So now everybody can release their NES games on Dreamcast. But then that leads into the rabbit hole of how do you manufacture CDs now. Then the debate is like duplication versus replication. There's a few differences. One of them is like, what is this? This is duplication is a burned CDR. So you can still get your CDs manufactured, but then you burn it yourself. So here's the pros and cons of that. I can't read, so you can probably read that better than I can. Replicated stuff is pressed. All these things, and it's really just the purists that care about this kind of stuff. There's a few companies do this stuff as well. Josh Prod was the one everyone says, why don't you just use them? They wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So NES is 8-bit, so they were just not going to touch it. I did the first run myself as a minus CDR just to see, and it like sold out reasonably quick. So then teamed up with Wave, met them at one of the events, and they're here today as well. And they did a really good job. So you can buy it on their website now for Dreamcast. And it is a press disc as well. They're also like quite good at the marketing stuff, and it just helps me boost my brand as well, and helps them out too. Then we also did the same for NES to Steam. So we made an emulator wrapper that you can easily port your games to Steam, because that's like game developers' dreams in the small community, isn't it? We used FCUX, which isn't as good a license, so we can't integrate the Steam SDK and stuff. And just in general, Steam is not the place to sell your NES game. Itch is much better in this regard. Itch has tags for NES game already, which Steam doesn't, and people like know what to expect from this. The general price is like $10 for a decent game, and it kind of goes down depending on quality. But for physical ones, this is what you're like we think to expect paying these days. Again, bit dependent on quality. We also ported the NES to the Playdate, which is pretty cool. Oh no, what was that supposed to be? Oh no, maybe that's intentional. Yeah, you can't. There's no NES to Playdate emulator at the moment. I know a guy that's working on it, but it's not ready yet. But I do have this guy who did program Tapeworm, and he did it in such a way that it was really easy to do over, and he did it in an evening basically, and then a couple of weeks of like polish after that. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, which is really nice because you can just like redraw your sprites one-to-one. If anybody else is going to do this, which I know is highly unlikely, but I would say, yeah, do like optimize your things. Don't rely on dither patterns or anything. Like redraw your sprites. Porting up to modern consoles and stuff as well. I went through Ratalaika Games. Everyone was kind of racing to see who would be the first ones to get their new NES games on storefronts. And these guys, I had like murmurs that they had the tech ready, and their lead times weren't that long. And it was just a nice split as well on the dev side. These guys have popped up as well. They've got a really nice front end, but they're only on Switch. Make spin-off brands and stuff. Like we made a mobile game that kind of helped boost the brand in that space as well. Go to conventions and fairs. It stopped working. How much have I got left? 2 minutes. Yeah, go to conventions, fairs. You never know who you're going to bump into these fairs. Like one day at the last day of a 3-day event, a guy rocked up and started talking to me about stuff. And he was really interested, and then he turned out to be a writer for Nintendo Life. So we got a really nice post on that. So if I wasn't trying on the last day, I might not have got that. And then that's led to like more things and like other like Retro Gamer and a few other mags. Debug as well. The Wave guys are here as well. Sign up for all the things. I tried to get Evercade's games, just sent them an email saying you've got a new console that accepts like old ROMs. I've got a new old ROM. And I again like their marketing strategy. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers. They did a really good job. So then we got Flea on Evercade 1 and Tapeworm on Evercade Heroes 2. And then that led to like a merch deal with them as well, which so we got plushies of the Fleas made, and then they are juggleable, just in case you wondered. And yeah, I got my game. It was such a proud moment. Game in Argos, not on the shelf, but on a kiosk at least. Also, just do print-on-demand merch if you're like small. It really costs you nothing. You just upload it and you get some money, and fans get to enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of streaming places now that stream these like lower games because they don't need much bandwidth and stuff. And I again met these guys at one of the trade shows, and then the next year I was signed up with them, and I was on their banner right next to Pac-Man. So again, they're really boosting my brand, and they seem to really love the game as well. Jam.gga is doing a similar thing, but they're not as good and pivot more than like Sofa and Friends. So, community bundles are also really good, like combining efforts, like marketing efforts of the community together for small bundles really helps. And then when you make a sale, everybody makes a sale. Okay, I'm getting really close here. I've not got many left. So now Tapeworm is on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms, coming to iOS and Android and Game Boy Advance. For these types of contracts, I'm not a lawyer. These things sometimes aren't worth financially hiring a lawyer, because and stuff, it would definitely worth it for the free marketing that they get. As to look over contracts and stuff, like we've all got industry contacts here. Don't sign exclusive deals. That's the main thing. The streaming ones especially want you to sign exclusive stuff and make sure there's a clear opt-out clause. I also got this pop-up projection book with me that I'll set up in the next break so you can have a look. Thanks.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, what I'm looking at doing is kind of going out and talking about our sort of studio experience and trying to get everyone to think from a different perspective, kind of like a video game detective. It's kind of like bouncing up evidence to sort of justify how you accelerate your studio, whether it's things that you want, things that you need, things you really don't want, things you super need. And that's kind of what let's talk about. Whoa, there we go. Okay, cool. Yes, so I'm human. But I started out at Abertay and just kind of came out into the sort of games industry and was currently closing up a little bit. I did some animation work.
and that kind of studio just kind of imploded. And then I went off and I worked at a bunch of other sort of, let's say, junky studios, because it was like, you getting paid, sometimes you don't get paid. And it was, yeah, a bit garbo. So then I started out sort of building my own sort of game studio. Here's all the problems with me. Make note. They recently changed Daddy Halo from the Lucozade bottle to Starfield. Not acceptable. Cool. Yeah. So a bit about Astro Dreamer Studio. So we've been working on, for the last 2 years, on a series of titles. So we've been working on A Bonnie Odyssey, which we've just shown off for the first time at Guerrilla Collective. Thank you. I was staring to it. Thank you. At Guerrilla Collective. And we are also looking at taking our little weird golf game that we made in an evening, and we're sort of looking at putting that out on mobile. We've also worked on a bunch of other sort of titles with partners in Scotland, and we're looking at expanding out, but we're not so that. So yeah, today just looking at going over into you know, why evidence is really important and how it can help studios and just make you think in a different way. So yeah, the two things you deal with as a studio is basically money. Money keeps everything afloat, but you only get money if you've got good evidence, and that's kind of how I see running the entire studio. So little curious cases that are really, okay, I'm going to work with that. So really important sort of things for our studio is getting grants, finding good teammates, helping other developers with sort of projects they have, and sort of pitching to publishers as well. So grants, it's really, really tough. And sometimes you just want to scream, show me the money. You know, I'm worth it, trust me. And it takes so much to sort of convince people that you're trustworthy, and you have to really, really build that base. So things that are really, really helpful. So proving that you're really good at handling funds, proving that you're competent at completing projects to a good degree, and showing that you've got the experience behind to make whatever the money is being spent on. So keeping good sort of accountability and record keeping, showing the co-development that you do with other clients, they're happy, they're positive, they're pleased with that, and even going to sort of scale up programs and mentorship and getting people that can try to sort of input experience and really balance out your knowledge would really, really help sell someone on the idea of, yeah, this person's worth putting grants onto. Finding good teammates, it's hard. So when you're looking for people, first thing I always look at is, what does their portfolio look like? Before I see a cover letter, before I see anything, and don't even know the name, I just look at how good is this content? And then I say, does this content match the project? Basically, what's the person's evidence for being valid as part of this project? Another really, really important thing is sort of, where is their sort of experience coming from? Studios and universities. And then finally, sort of identifying, what is your team's culture? Is this person weird enough, crazy enough, likes the same stuff as you guys? For Astro Dreamer specifically, we're a sort of very friendly university, I don't want to say Google vibe, but like the idea of what you think Google looks like, where everyone's like kumbaya, like really, really nice and fun. We've been to many studios where it's like a lads, ooh kind of vibe. That's not what we do. That looks fun. We're kind of we have chill fun. So yeah, try to find people that can sort of come on board and be a part of that team and the right project is really, really important. So co-development. So people are going to grill you. And when we started out doing some co-development, we were just working from single person that had a few K budget. And we started, going from bit to bit and building up sort of our repertoire and our basically trustability. So when we're dealing with clients are always looking for, proving quality with other studios, proving reliability, you can get stuff done and on time. And even comes with like problem solving and making sure that when everything went crazy, you were the one stable thing. And at the end of the day, when you have like websites and everything to do with communicating what your studio can do, making like a clear and concise message is really, really important. Okay, and pitching to publishers. We have gone through 2 processes already of pitching to publishers, so we know it's really, really tough. And I think at its core, you have to try and empathize with their side in the things that they're looking for. So seeing that an idea is unique, or is there a market out there, and are you the right team to basically do it? Again, if you can kind of get those 3 things right, and as long as you're pretty transparent about all of your processes, then it should be like pretty good. Providing research, we use like third-party elements from the likes of Robot Teddy and Future Friends. That like marketing is there.
Please head to your seats for the much anticipated next round of Games Talks Live. Okay, everyone, please, can we have an extra warm round of applause for generative AI? We have rebuilt his slides. And then an actual applause for Lucy, who did all the work.
AI is coming for us all. Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. I can't see anything on my... Do I press... Yeah? I have the power. Okay, cool. So I was talking about this. Destroying design decay. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm very hammered. So, yeah. If you remember what I was talking about, is basically trying to reduce the amount of fidelity you lose from talking to different independent places in your company. So... yeah, this is Andreas, by the way. This is see, everything I said about him was so underplayed because a man with a rifle on a forklift drinking a Bex. This is the person I work for, and I'm so happy about that. So yeah, these are all the games that work for. You don't have to start that again, by the way. I'm gonna take 5 minutes. I'm gonna be gone in 5 minutes. Oh, wrong way. So yeah, these are the games I'd worked on. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Me. Yes, here we go. Right, okay. So design decay. What is design decay? So it's kind of something I say. It's not really real, but I believe in it. So the dilution of design elements or mechanics due to insufficient communication within your discipline. So I'm sure some of you might be sitting there saying, oh, but we're quite a small team. We're very communicative, and we don't really have these issues. We speak in the morning. We're agile. All of this stuff, and also I'm bored right now. This is something that could pretty much be applied towards like any discipline. Doesn't have to necessarily be design. It's essentially something that fixes any kind of interdisciplinary communication issue. So yeah, one of the fixes is championing. If you don't champion, you should definitely do that. Championing, also known as feature owners. So there could be an element of your game that you feel like you want to give away. So this could be your player controller, a specific level, a specific mechanic. This could be anything in your game. If you give it to someone, not only do you have someone who is essentially the keeper of the books, the knowledge keeper, you also have someone who's always there to kind of keep the rest of the team right. So, for example, I worked on a puzzle game where there was maybe 30 or 40 puzzles, and it was pretty hard to, from a design point of view, to keep on track of not only the designers, but also the artists who were implementing those. So say a puzzle element needs to be put here, you'd block it out, and then you'd give it over to art, and then art would... Are there any artists in here? All right, okay, you're going to hate me. So the art would be like, oh, it looked better if it was over there. And that's, here we go. Put that over 40 and you've got a problem, you know? So yeah, I feel like having that kind of system in place where someone is in charge of a specific thing is a great idea. But not only that, it also helps to make people feel loved and part of your team. Because again, I'm going to give love to the artists. Artists don't like to play the game. They like to make the game look nice. So give them something to actually play the game and make sure that it's actually playing well. And overall, it just ends up making a better product in general. Some cons for that are if that person is off, then they're off. But we don't plan for absences because absences don't exist. And then, also the overprotectiveness potentially. So don't give it to anyone who's potentially gonna get a bit too connected to that. That's up to you. That's your company, not mine. The second fix is regular multidisciplinary meetings. I assume this is the main one that everyone does. It's like the group meeting, the show and tell, the everyone get in here now and talk to me about your game. Publicly speak, but also it gives also a lot of the majority of the game. Double Fine do this a lot. I don't know if there's any Double Fine fans in here, but nice. Nice. Yeah, they're very good at that. So that's probably why their games are so good. Some pros. So yeah, allowing people to talk about the decision making, allow you potentially are thinking outside the box or but also sure that people are understanding the vision so that if there's any kind of iteration process or anything like that, there's no feedback or not feedback, like pushback. If there's anything that's like expanding from that idea, you can kind of end up just leaving them with that because they understand where the base is and they can build upon that, right? Some of the cons, I used to work in a company that had 100 people. That sucked. It took a long time for me to just sit through everyone's stuff and then wait for my part, and then I said my thing, and then, you know, so at this point, one thing you could do is potentially put people into pods. This doesn't necessarily apply to every single game. If you have levels or any kind of like sectionable part of your game, you can create pods that are like interdisciplinary, where you have a designer, a programmer, an artist, and they're all in charge of specific parts of the game. And then you can just kind of intersectionally have meetings with these people while everyone's able to just continue working and just have a meeting for half an hour instead of everyone sitting in an hour for a meeting for 4 hours. We don't like that. Time is money and all that. Oh, I've gone backwards. And then the third one, yeah, documentation. Boo, get him off the stage. We hate this guy. Yeah, so as much as I would say documentation is bad, it's actually also good because it's always there. You can always update it. People can always refer to it. And Dre's looking at me right now like I freaking hate you and your Confluence, your Confluence man. But yeah, it's really great from a production point of view to have something that's always there and always linkable. If you're using anything like Jira or ClickUp or anything like that, you can always just put a link in there. People know exactly what they're doing without even talking to them because little document. But one con, no one likes reading. You don't wake up at like 9 a.m. or whenever you guys go to work and read a whole document just so you can know what you're doing. Section that out. So you can have sections for the overview of what you want, and then the design breakdown, the art section of what they need to care about, the programming part of how things interact. It's very simple. Doesn't have to be long. Easy peasy. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Is that the one? And then I guess I'm on 2 minutes 52. By the way, I started at 10, so I would have overrun anyway. So thank you for enduring this bullshit. That's me at the bottom. I don't really use social media, but also Nosebleed. Follow them on Dre, X. Follow them on X and at Nosebleed Games. Yeah. Thank you for listening to me, and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Flint. That was a little bit awesome. Okie dokie. So our next speaker, written some notes about them, and so they're an animator. They work at Silent Games, and they can do a much better job of introducing themselves than I can. So please put your hands together for Rob.
Thank you. Well, my name's not Rob, so my name is also Luke. So you're in the Luke section of these presentations right now. And yeah, my talk is on animation and how it impacts other departments in the pipeline. And on the off chance animation isn't really your thing, and I've decided to populate this presentation with pictures of my cats, so please enjoy them, especially because I can't show off the project I'm working on, so perfect. All right, so just wanted to go over my career a bit. So you can see some of my work in the corner if it's not being blocked at the moment. So I originally started off as a technical animator in games. I worked on VR projects, and then I moved over to Supermassive Games. I became an animator there, where I was working on motion capture, a lot of keyframe animation. Oh, someone getting stabbed in the head. Lovely. And I'm currently at Silent Games, where my roles kind of just cover the whole pipeline. So if there's any rigging, skinning to be done, I'll jump on that. Keyframe animation, I do all that. I've also built all of our animation architecture for how we implement animations, and just basically, if it moves, it's got something to do with me. And so that's kind of what I wanted to do my talk on. So I sometimes feel like in games that we can often focus in on our own individual role and not often think about the person that we're handing our work to. And so sometimes kind of well-meaning decisions that are made by other departments can knock into my department, animation. So because I've had a lot of experience working with these different departments, I just wanted to discuss some of the things that I've noticed and possibly go over where I find good decision-making in games. So for gameplay and stuff, so animation really differs to other form of art in games. So if you kind of consider like concept art, environment art, weapons, vehicles, for the most part, this is speaking very generally, but these can often look quite good on their own, just like put into the game engine. Whereas animation, I always feel like is very 50-50, just like you've got the animated asset and then you've also got how it's been implemented on a technical level. So for example, if you have like a really nice run animation, like just the animation asset, it's going to look absolutely shit if the capsule movement is just moving at a totally different speed. So one of the things I kind of consider for gameplay is just having really, really good dialogue with your designers and stuff. So one of the things that we do with my current designer is try to get animations in as quickly as possible. And one of the issues that we've had in the past is, for example, I've had like attack animations requested. So I'll go off, I'll animate it, I'll give it back to the designer, but then they'll go off and take it, they'll change the speed of different bits, they'll add in extra steps of it, and then all of a sudden, now that I have to jump back on it, the animation has ballooned from a simple, just straightforward single animation to now like it might need omnidirectional like dodge animations to then the actual attack and then change the speed and stuff. So what I found there is if we kind of strip things back and just use more like poses and then like very, very block out animations, then we can get the iteration down way earlier and figure out exactly what we need for this animation and get it looking and feeling really, really nice on the gameplay side of things. So for programming and kind of QA stuff, so I mainly work in Unreal, so this might not apply to all engines, but having a programmer that's got a really, really good understanding of like how big the budget is going to be on the animation side of things is really useful. So for the most part, a lot of kind of game art is handled like on the GPU kind of side of things, but whereas in animation, we tend to base our budgets on like how much like CPU allocation we can give to things. So knowing how big the budget is going to be is really important for like, can we use like dynamic IK systems? Can we use cloth simulation? All these kind of things. Because if we know early on that that's not going to be a thing, then we can kind of make creative decisions to kind of work around that and make sure that the animation looks really, really good. For example, on the project I'm working on, we decided to use a way more optimized way of doing the animation architecture. So we'd build like a base animation blueprint, and then from that, because we've got tons of different weapons in the game, we will then go and build modular animation blueprints that will connect to that, and then we'll only pull in and cache the animations that we actually are using in the moment. So it's like really, really optimized. And one thing that we actually found, I did that for the end game, but when it actually releases, however, we found that originally opening up the game engine would take around 3 minutes, but doing that actually reduced the opening time to like 1 minute. So end up saving, over the course of like time, tons and tons of time of like, the engine crashing, having to open it back up. So lots of things like that can really help streamline things. And then on the QA side of things, I don't know if he's here still, but our QA guy, Dan, where is he? He's off. Hey, there he is in the corner. Lovely. So I've worked with lots of QA in the past, dealing with animation bugs. But one of the things I really, really appreciate about Dan is that he doesn't just go out and look for bugs. He goes and he understands why they're not working, and then he goes and communicates with the different departments and figures out, okay, why is this thing not working? Down the line, that's really helped us save time because we can kind of get to the root cause of things way quicker. Often with bugs and animation, a lot of the time when you see it on the face level, you might just go like, that animation is broken. That's not always the case. It's often the logic behind it that's driving it that is not working. And kind of having a QA person that's interested in that kind of side of things really helps us get to the root cause a lot quicker. So just singing the praises of Dan in the corner there. And then on the art side of things, there's kind of fairly obvious things that, artists will learn. So like how their mesh is going to deform and the topology that is kind of needed. And then also things like, how the character silhouette is going to look when pushed to kind of extreme things. However, there is also things that can really save on development time. So retargeting is really, really good for us. So I can build like one animation, which we can then go and apply to many, many different enemies. So if you kind of on an early stage know that you're going to need tons of different enemies, you can use things like retargeting and then also pose drivers to take a base level enemy and then, or NPC or whatever it might be. And then you can introduce new armor pieces, limbs, new weapons and stuff. And using retargeting and a layered approach to your animation architecture can really save on development time and getting all these animations sorted very early on. And I think, oh no, it's okay, cool. So I wanted to then kind of take a step back, not think about other departments and think about animators. So there's ways that we animators can save on development costs and consider what our impact on the pipeline will be. So the big one is that audio, we need to always be aware because they're generally at the end of the pipeline. So anytime that there's any animation changes, we need to immediately be talking to them because they will just immediately be impacted by things. And then also just taking advantage of animation tools. So like Animbot, Smart Layers, just if there's any automated, any repeating tasks, just make sure you automate them with Python. And then also I've kind of changed the way that I animate a lot of the times. So for example, if I'm doing a run animation, I'm kind of already got in the back of my head that a designer or whoever it might be will come back to me and go like, oh, hey, that's a great run, but we need it to move at a different speed. So instead of then going and creating a whole different run, what I can do is because I've prepared my animation, I can quickly change the speed. So for example, what I do is instead of animating on the hips, I'm moving forwards kind of stuff, I'll animate the root going forwards. At which point, I've now got one controller which essentially controls how fast and stuff the movement speed will be. I can very quickly edit that, and then using animation tools like world space tweeners, very quickly correct the feet and stuff, and all of a sudden, an animation that would take all day, I can kind of crack out in like an hour or so, and get it back in the engine for that iterative design process. So awesome. I think I've got about a minute left. So thanks for listening. And a small plug from me. I run a grassroots game dev meetup. It's on the first Friday of the month at Offshore 44 in this great city. And also a massive thank you to Derek, Colin, the Game Talk gang, Lucy at the back, and obviously the staff at this venue for putting this on. I know it's a bit of a challenge, so thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. There we go. So next up, we have Keenan Wilshire, founder and creator of founder and creative director. There we go, of Observer Interactive, with a rich background as a lead artist in AAA, AA, and indie studios. Keenan launched Observer Interactive in 2023, where they are currently working on an excited, unannounced IP. I've also had the pleasure of working with this man, and he's a little bit of a ledge. So please put your hands together for Keenan.
Now then, guys, thank you for coming to listen. I appreciate it. Some great talks tonight. It's been good. Is this a touch screen? It is, isn't it? Oh, can I press this? All right, cool. I'll speak into the mic this time as well. So, hey everyone, I'm Keenan. I started a business like last year. Craziest decision I've ever fucking made. Sorry, didn't mean to swear. Yeah, I just thought maybe I'll make a presentation to show people how to go from being a developer to starting and founding your own business. So I just wanted to answer some questions today, like where do you even get started with a games business? Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you and say, oh, go to a company's house and set up a business. It's that simple, but it is kind of that simple. What developer qualities are going to help you succeed? If you're already a developer, you're going to have some pretty good qualities already that are going to help you when founding your own business. And obviously, little disclaimer, it's based on my experience. Your mileage may vary with this, but I'll give a little intro to myself first. I'm still quite young. I'm class of 2018 at Teesside Uni. Anyone from Middlesbrough? There's a few here tonight. Let's go, Derek. Angie, wherever you are. Yeah, I'm now the creative director and founder of Observer Interactive, which is crazy to say. I've worked at a bunch of places before, Radford, Ubisoft, Bulkhead, DR, blah, blah, I can go on that and say different places that I've done. But I've sort of touched all elements of art. I started out as an environment artist. I moved into props art. I've done cinematic art. And then I was a lead artist for the last sort of 2 years-ish before I moved on to found Observer Interactive and create our first title, Good Boy, which is not actually created yet. I should disclaim that. But how do you get started? An idea. You need an idea. You need something to take to market. What's your USP? You got to start with that. Biggest question of all, what is your USP? What makes your game special? You're not going to get funding to make a clone of an existing game most of the time. Find out what makes your game stand out and really lean into that. Don't rush it as well. Let it cook in the oven. Good Boy has been in the oven since December 2022. You can see sort of there some progression from the original sort of prototype that I put together with my atrocious blueprint in. Artist, like I said, not a designer or a programmer. And then you can see the more recent footage there that we've got. Yeah, it's just now started production as well. The question you've got to ask yourself as well is know what you can make, what you should make, and what you want to make. That Venn diagram is often a lot smaller than you'll think. And design with the intent to be successful. It's great when you want to make stuff that's just for you and you really want to just push something out there as a solo indie dev. That's great. There's a lot of great games coming out that way. But if you're starting up a business and you've got to pay people, you've got to pay the bills. And by doing that, you need to design something that's going to at least hit the market and be moderately successful. Step 2, building a team. A nice little quote on there, just to make myself look a little bit more intelligent than I actually am. But it's really important that you surround yourself with the people who are just as driven as you are. But you've got to make sure that you give them downtime. Whilst this is your business that you're starting up, you've got to recognize that whilst they're in this with you, you still hold the biggest stake of all. And realize you aren't going to have the development impact that you want. You know, you're coming from a development background, you might be in QA, production, art, design, engineering. Get ready to say goodbye to that at some point because you're eventually going to move into business development. And make sure you're all aligned on the idea that you want as well and the direction of the business that you're going in. Because especially if you're going for investment and the likes of that, your co-founders are often more important than your idea for something like that. But if you're going to get published, the game is what they're going to want to see. But publishers invest in people too. You want to make sure you clearly have the team to pull off production. If you have like an inexperienced team that's never done anything before, you aren't going to stand out. And that's unfortunately one of the harsh truths that I'll get into at some point later on. Step 3, your prototype. You've got to realize your MVP, your minimum viable product. I sound like a proper businessman up here now, I know, but this shows off what makes your game special, and you've got to push that with your prototype as well. You really got to push that USP with this. I'm rushing through it as quickly as I can, and I sound like I'm like trying to go as quick as possible. But yeah, the one thing that we found out from our experience was that Blockout seems to push publishers away very quickly. So try and have an art target, especially when you're really small. When you've got a bit more experience and you've got a bit more, I guess, credit and like, you know, people know who you are, you can probably get away with some Blockout. But yeah, you got to try and get as close as you can to that final product with your prototype as you can. And make something small, really small, that plays awesome. And remember that a prototype's not your vertical slice. You'll get money to do that later on if you get funding. It can be quick and nasty and a bit rough around the edges, but still take pride in your work and still make it stand out amongst the rest. And keep a tight focus and direction. Make sure everyone knows what you're making. Step 4, the pitching. One of the things that people love it or hate it. Build your pitch deck to appeal to publishers. I'm not the first to say it. It's pretty straightforward and obvious. But you got to get them excited about it, and you got to get it to champion it internally. You really want to get in a room with someone if you can. You want to go to Develop, Gamescom, any of these events that you can get to, GDC, etc. If you can get in a room with someone, you can really sell them on your passion and your excitement for what you want to make. But if you can't, you've got to email people. And unfortunately, there's nothing I hate more than cold emailing people, because no one wants that. I hate when I get emails from people trying to tell me some software as a service. And I have a folder set up that I just send everything like that into, that just goes into the void, and I'll never listen to it. So try and get in a room if you can. And get used to being humbled as well, because believe me, it will happen so many times where someone will be like, I don't like it. I think it's rubbish. I think that, you know, I don't know why you started a business. That is genuine stuff that I've been told before. And keep the pitch really high level as well. This is pretty straightforward to say. Don't start explaining 30 pages of world building and what makes the world so intriguing and special. You know, get to that later. Just stay high level. Stay as high level as you can. And have your GDD ready as well. At this point, if you get into the later stage of the pitches, they're going to want to see a GDD. It doesn't have to be finished. 15 to 20%, as long as it's got that high-level stuff in there, fine. Have your budget ready, because if you go to a publisher and say, here's my game, and then you're like, I don't know how much it's going to cost, that's going to end the conversation pretty quickly. Have your prototype ready as well. If you can go in and show them a prototype, you're instantly going to get more meetings. You're instantly going to get more people that want to see it and play it and talk about it more with you. And have your schedule ready as well. This is one that often goes overlooked, but I think that when publishers see that you've got a load of milestones already planned out and you know what it's going to take to make this game, it instantly adds credibility to you as a developer. And this is some harsh truths, and you can see the dark eyes of Good Boy, because that's how I've felt so many times along this journey. But you'll lose out on things 80 to 90% of the time, and you can't let this get you down. You will have so many dead ends. Trailers will run cold. But you've got to have faith in your idea whilst taking the feedback that you're getting on board. It'll feel like you're getting nowhere, and things will go so slowly, and then all of a sudden everything goes at 200 miles an hour, and you've got like 10 emails to respond to, and you've got so much to do. Not everyone's going to like the idea. Like I said, you know, the amount of people that told me that they really don't like the idea, that's fine. Like, don't be offended by it. I'm sure there's plenty of games that you've all played where you're like, why the hell is this popular? This is terrible. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, you've just got to have the faith that your idea can be commercially successful. Kill your darlings as well. I know that just sort of goes to counteract what I've just said, but you've got to know when something's just not going anywhere. Like, you've got to know when you've got to kill something and you just can't go anywhere, and you've got to move on to the next thing. But then you've got the lift off, and you've got to sign the deal that's right for you. And a lot of people say no deal is always better than a bad deal. And I'll tell you right now, in the current state of the games industry, no, it's not. If you are on your backsides and you need funding and you need money to pay the bills, like, sometimes you've got to take that bad deal. And that's unfortunate as it is to say, but that's the current situation that we live in. Straightforward advice: if you're getting to the point where you're getting like that lift off and you're getting the runway that you need and you're getting the contracts, get a lawyer. Don't go and sign that blind. It's going to be the biggest mistake you'll ever make. And the lawyer will help you out with your employment contracts and everything as well. Get an accountant as well, because you don't want to commit financial misconduct by mistake. You don't want to get in any trouble with the tax man, because believe me, everyone will get in trouble with the tax man at some point. Don't make silly mistakes with your company finances. But most of all, try to enjoy it. This is why you started a company in the first place. I spoke to someone earlier outside who mentioned that they want to move from developer to starting a business, and You know, this is why you do it. You get for these. It's interesting because I had a really good quote from Derek the other week where he said that you will get some insanely high highs and some dreadfully low lows. And it's so true already, believe me. But there's one thing that if you move in as a developer, and I'll cover this in 1 minute 30 because that's all I've got left, so I'll be really super quick. There's an elephant in the room if you're going from being a developer to starting your own business, and it's this bad boy. If you're a developer right now, there's no way that you can do it with that, or at least if you tell anyone. But I won't say that. The best thing to get out of that is to basically, it can't hurt to ask, right? If you're coming from a super indie studio, I can more than guarantee that if you go to your bosses and be like, this is something I want to do, this is the route that I want to take. Myself, I did that at Radforge, and Radforge were all but accommodating in helping me to go on that journey. If you are super indie and you want to go for it and ask your bosses. If you're currently working at a AAA studio, maybe don't do that because that might paint a target on your back that you don't want. Have your ideas ready and run these by trusted friends before you make that big jump. You don't want to jump in blind, believe me. De-risk as much as you can. Can you share your accommodation to keep costs down, etc.? Can you do freelance work to foot the bills? But most importantly, if you want to make that jump and you want to get 3 to 6 months to go with you, that's how much you need, 3 to 6 months. If you can do that, you can maybe get off the ground. But I will say this, if you cannot take the financial risk, be patient. Do not jump into this thing with no backing, with no going in blind. It will be the worst mistake that you can ever make. Only go in when you're absolutely certain you can do it, especially right now, because I cannot emphasize that enough. But yeah, that was pretty much my talk in like a brief 10 minutes. That was like 40 slides really quickly. But I'll do a shameless plug, Wishlist Good Boy on Steam right there. That's the debut game from Observer Interactive. I'm Keenan, the creative director, and that's me. And I know it says any questions, but just grab me at some point down there. Cheers.
Okie, thank you very, very much for sharing that with us, Keenan. So next we have Adelaide. Adelaide is a co-founder of an indie studio, Nothrak Games. She's a versatile artist, designer, producer, passionate about creating fantastical experiences. It's been amazing to see Nothrak grow from Launchpad at Teesside into who they are today. So please, please, please put your hands together as warm as possible for Adelaide.
Where's the button thingy? I think it's. Well, funny enough, I come from the opposite spectrum of Keenan, of the previous talk, basically from being a student straight into running my own company. So what he's saying is not fully wrong, but hey ho, we're doing it anyway. Oops, sorry, I forgot about this. So, hey, I'm Adelaide, and I'm from Portugal. So I imagine that a lot of people will ask immediately, why would you change Portugal, all of the sunny lands and the good food to come to the UK? And the reason is, back there wasn't a lot of opportunity. There was not even a straight path into video games. Everyone I've asked that is Portuguese, they always fell into it somehow. So I decided, you know what, I'll just leave the country, something I've been wanting to do anyway. So here I went and I decided to go to Teesside. But before I went straight into Teesside, I was doing a design course where we basically do generalized. I did product design, I did web design, video, lots of things. And that's because back there, being a generalist is what is expected, because it's best to just pay one person to do all the jobs than several people to do one thing. And when I went into Teesside, it was basically going, okay, I'm going to games design and games development. I want to understand game development, have that management included, because I knew back then my goal was I will end up in management some way, somewhat. And throughout my path, I had to go, well, I have a personal situation going on that's kind of awkward. Kind of have to jump into a master's just to save a little bit my asses back there. But that is where I met my co-founder, Storm. And it's very interesting because even throughout all of this, I was always aiming to do financial and business summer courses. I was always learning things on the side. I knew eventually I wanted to make my own thing, but I didn't know when. And when I met Storm, we decided that, hey, we actually vibe. We kind of have the same view in life. We have the same dreams, and we kind of have opposite skills. They kind of complement each other. So let's go for it. And this is where we are minding the gap a little bit and just starting to plant the seeds of trying to jump from being a student into the industry aspect of it. And sincerely, when we started, we had no idea of what to do. And this is where Radical Forge people just started to help us. They gave us some guidance because what we understood was that we knew how to make games. We didn't know how to run the business of games. Even though back in university, I had some lessons regarding it, but it's always the top of the iceberg. It's not the whole spectrum of it, because when you're on it is when you realize, oh, there is so much more to do than you actually never imagined. And back there, we just, let's plan things. What are our values? What are our goals in the end? And that's where things started to being planted. So what are our values? We want to help people, even people that might be just one step behind us. So we take interns, we teach them, we go through that. We want to touch roots outside of just England. We go to Norway because Storm is from there and he wants to one day expand the economy there. I'm trying to reach out to Portugal, see what's happening there, because I'm starting to see a lot of happening, but it's still very on the down. Go to events and still create your own game. All of this just so we can basically pick up those nice leaves of for a salad or maybe a stew. And in all of this, we kind of were trying to, basically we understood where we were. We understood what we were capable of, what we could do, and we know where we wanted to go. And even though the journey is not always straight, we kind of understood where we had the goal. Let's try to find all of the possible ways to get to it. And this is where the overcoming challenge part comes in, because nothing ever comes very simple. Because of both me and Storm, we're not from the UK, so we had to fight different cultures. We had that learning curve aspect of we weren't developers before. And so we had to go, okay, we're doing things, but what can we do to get us out of the challenges? And that's when the whole aspect of, okay, we can create bridges or find those bridges to fill that gap. There's workshops, there's courses, there's networking, mentorships, there's incubator programs. There's so much out there that we can take on and help us out. And like one of the previous talks did was, sometimes on those challenges, you have to have a little cry, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and just go for it. I usually just say to myself a lot, just keep swimming. Because even if something is not going right, I will just keep doing it.
And this is where, for just sheer determination, we ended up in a bunch of incubators. We ended up working with a lot of people, and we get those invaluable learnings and growths during those periods. Because we get to find more mentors that in that moment are what are the essential things that we need to learn of. Right now, for example, we just finished Tentacles Only, was the most recent one, and a lot of it was about marketing. We didn't know much about marketing. We knew what we knew is just we're developers. How do we market? And a good chunk of those 3 months was just that. And then just keep connecting to the people that were doing all of these things and trying to help people and be kind to the people around us, like Game Republic, and just help out. In the end, this is all just a journey. It's how to start from the basic idea and see it evolve over time. This is like something we've kind of done pretty well, is that you managed to document quite a bit of our journey, even in game development. But just go that step by step, and throughout the whole process, just have people give you feedback, tell you what are things you're doing right or wrong. You don't have to always agree with them, but they might be right sometimes. Or you just realize what they're saying won't work with me because I don't function on those fundamentals that they work with. And as always, there's the bad days and the good days, so just take it as is. And for us currently, it's been quite crazy. Like at least the last 2 weeks has been just crazy. We in a month we were at Games Frenzy in Canary Wharf. Suddenly we're at Gameo. Suddenly we were doing talk at the university. Suddenly we have a demo to put on an event, and everything was just clicking on for a whole month like this. And the last 2 weeks I've been barely resting, and that's when the things off, like they say, you have those really high highs and then the low lows. And for us, it's been just all about it, of suddenly realizing and looking back going, oh, when I was a student, I couldn't even imagine doing half of these things. I could not imagine in 1 month being able to do all of this. It's impossible. And one thing that we keep learning, funnily enough, is that a true master is an eternal student. And yes, it's from League of Legends, Master Yi, don't care, but it's kind of true. It's just a lot of the way we're taught, even in school, is that once you're out of school, you'll never need to study or learn ever again. But when you're in this industry, we're always learning. And to stagnate ourselves because we just refuse to learn, you're just being dumb. In life, you're always going to be learning, and so this industry functions in the exact same way. And just take it as is. Don't take it as an insult to you. It kind of can be a helpful guide to always be consistently learning. Because for example, just even a few seconds ago, I was texting on the phone, helping another person, because I'm realizing, even though I feel like this person is ahead of me, they actually know less than me in business-related things, and I'm giving him the information about that because I want him to get better and hopefully get everything sorted and release a game and just do things that are great. And I'll just be there on the background most of the time, and no one will ever know. And thank you for listening. And if you guys want, we have the QR code that takes you to the classified wish list that we have the Steam page done. And I did it, Derek.
Okie dokie, everyone. So we're going to take one last quick break. But before I let you all go, I'm just going to let you know that we've got Dan Pinchbeck coming up next. So Dan is a writer, creative director, renowned for his influential work in the games industry. And as the co-founder of the Chinese Room, Dan led the studio to international acclaim. I'm going to stop there. So get you all excited, get ready. You can think about that. And we'll continue with that in 10 minutes' time. All right, guys.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Dunn, the head of studio at Courtsync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about Courtsync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira.
A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the last Hero of Nostalgia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, unlike many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving, not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead-long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements. Some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and then get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we create in the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do lose 2 days a month on developing your project, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from Courtsync. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see this phase of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way, we can. So what we're doing right now with Courtsync is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from Soft Dev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn, and that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, a game that looks like this, and people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks.
All right, everyone, this is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. Give it another minute. Going to use this quick opportunity before we start the talks to plug Southfield one more time. Early access beta launching on Monday. Make sure you wish list. Okie dokie. So next up, we've got Dan Pinchbeck. He co-founded the Chinese Room with Jessica Curry. He stepped back from the games industry and the company last summer, so we're incredibly lucky to have him here today. I know there's only a few of you here now, so I'm going to really appreciate if you can all properly put your hands together and give the loudest applause we've had all night between you for Dan Pinchbeck.
Hello. Thank you very much. And so before I actually start talking, quick shout out, massive thank you to everyone that's been involved in putting this together, from sort of like everyone down and staff at the venue. Huge thank you to the speakers as well. It's been brilliant. It's been some great talks tonight. And there'll probably be the odd bit repeats it. There's been so much smart stuff said tonight, it would be inconceivable if some of that didn't come up. And the other thing which has been really, really inspiring tonight is how candid speakers have been, which in an industry which is shot through with secrecy pretty much to its deficit, I would say 9 times out of 10. And being someone who came from outside the games industry and so knows quite a lot of people working in stuff like film and TV, where there isn't any of this secrecy. You have an idea for a film, you tell the world about it straight away. Working on a TV show, tell the world about it straight away. Releasing a new album, make sure the world knows about it. Games, bunker down, don't tell anyone. And it's really, really odd. And it's that sort of thing where the games industry feels like there's still, even now, this kind of battle for the soul of the games industry going on. Is it a tech industry? Is it a media industry? And those two industries go about things very, very differently. They're very attitudinally different. The language is different. The expectations are different. And it causes those of us in the games industry enormous headaches constantly trying to sort of work out what industry we are. And I think a lot of what's been said tonight has really sort of like come down to that kind of issue of how do we sort of like work out what industry we are and how we go about things. And I'm certainly going to be talking about that for the next 28 minutes and 28 seconds or thereabouts. It's quite daunting doing talks like this because you're often talking to people who've been in the industry longer than you. Certainly, I know that tonight I'm talking to people that have worked on projects bigger than any I've ever worked on. And you sort of have to sort of like mitigate that sort of stuff and go, you don't want to teach anyone how to suck eggs and things like that, respecting people's opinions. So really what I thought the best thing to do was to just take advantage of a couple of things. Take advantage of, as Derek said, I came out of the industry in 2023. I sort of, not so much retired as took an extended open-ended break to go and do something else, which I'm still in. I don't know how long I'll be in for. But it kind of definitely gives you a sort of freedom in a way, because I'm not representing a studio. I don't have to worry about my job. I don't have to worry about selling to a publisher. I don't have to worry about offending anybody. Or if I do offend anyone, it's not going to negatively impact my career, at least in the immediate stuff. So I'm going to try and be really honest with you. The second thing about that is that really what I've really enjoyed tonight is people being, I say, very, very candid about what they've got wrong as well as what they've got right. And I think that's what I've really wanted to do, really, was just basically say, here's some stuff that I got wrong, or that while I was working in those 15 years in the industry came up as things over and over and over again that were either mistakes that were made, systematic issues that I've seen in the industry, in development, leadership, production. And a lot of these are very, very complex, so there probably aren't going to be any answers to them, but there is also stuff in there that we don't really talk about enough, and we should talk about enough, and that ties into the notion of this being a very secretive industry and why that's problematic. And it is changing, but as I'll come back to, I think there is an open question of whether it's changing enough, quickly enough. So let's just talk about 10 things, which gives us roughly about 2.5 minutes per thing, or slightly less than that, which should be pretty good. So first one is we talk a lot about how in the games industry. How do we do this? How do we do that? How do we sell a game? How do we make this feature work? How do we put a team together? And sort of underneath that is the what's of it all. But what is really underlying a lot of the problems that can kind of come up again and again is failing to ask why constantly. Not how do we implement this feature? Why are we implementing this feature? Not how do we get it onto Steam Pass? Why are we putting it on Steam Pass? All of those decisions. Now, some of those sort of like are really obvious when they come into design stuff. And the kind of example which I've come back to a couple of times when I've talked about this sort of stuff is in about 2014, I think it was, someone ported BioShock to iOS. And like, I love BioShock. I think it's still one of the greatest shooters ever made. And I'm a huge shooter junkie. For anyone that knows me knows I can bang on about shooters for days. BioShock on iOS was really, really, really interesting, because even on a small screen, it recaptured most of the feel and the flavor of BioShock. It really felt like even that tiny screen still kind of got rapture, still felt the gameplay was still there, everything else. And I remember playing it. I remember playing it for about 3 hours before I realized that they'd removed the jump function. And it was a real sort of like shock. It really stopped me in my tracks. So I was like, hang on a sec, this plays exactly like BioShock. It feels like BioShock on iOS. Aren't jump features supposed to be absolutely fundamental to first-person shooters? Well, apparently not. You can create a first-person shooter, get rid of the jump, and no one's going to notice on iOS. It wasn't a big deal. No one picked it up in reviews. It wasn't critically hit for that sort of stuff. Now, there is a question about expectation of moving to small screen, but it's a really, really, really interesting example of saying, why is this feature here? a feature which adds an enormous amount of design and production complexity, huge QA load, massive impact on level design. Just remove it from a game, hasn't actually scratched the surface in terms of the game experience. That's it applied in a sort of a game design context. I think it's just important to look at it from a business context as well. Looking at things like the way the business is structured. And the sort of better example I can give of this, I think, from my own personal experience, of a person than me once told me in this talk, but a much smarter person than me once told me, who was my lead designer, Andrew Crawshaw, who runs Gamma.io. We moved from fully remote to office-based about the same time we got off finishing Everybody's Gone to the Rapture in 2015. Before then, we'd been fully remote, and then we started having to people, and then we made the decision of going, actually, do you know what? It'll be much easier if we don't do remote and we just go and we get an office. So we decided we were going to do that. And at the time, Andrew was sort of talking to me. We went for a drink and he was like, why on earth are you doing this? And I was like, well, because it feels like we've got a big enough staff now. We ought to have an office. And he went, no, why are you doing this? And I went, because we need an office, because publishers and this sort of stuff. Absolutely, signed the dotted line. And suddenly our overheads shot up. We stuck an extra zero on them every month. And it was probably a terrible mistake in retrospect. It's a lot easier to work remotely now than it was, of course, then. But still, we hadn't really adequately considered why on earth we were getting an office. And this has been picked up about resources and this sort of stuff earlier on. But it's a very, very easy sort of thing to fall into, because there are these lots and lots of things within the games industry that we do because we're supposed to do. That's how you make games. That's how you pitch games. That's how you finance games. That's how you market games. You don't often hear people really going, why do we do it like that? There's a lot of assumption that we do it like that because that's the way we do it and because it's successful. And as I'll come back to, and as we talked about tonight, I'm not the first person to mention the fact that the same people who've told us this is a successful model have just laid off 20% of the global workforce. So we have to ask ourselves, is this the right way of making games? Is this the right way of getting them to markets? We sort of owe it to ourselves as the people who are most likely to lose our jobs to be asking how those jobs ought to be made, how those jobs ought to be done. There's not an answer to that, it's just an observation. In the spirit of candidness, there's a terrible moment in game development that some of you may have been in as developers and some of you may have been in as business leaders, where you suddenly look at the game and you think, oh shit, we can't make this. Or we can't make this to the level, the quality that we wanted to. Often there's a lot of unforeseen factors in that. There's things like, tech issues, the market changes, financial changes thrown at the last minute. There's also the rather sort of less savory issue of whether the team were ever capable of making the game that they set out to make in the first place. And the responsibility for that falls to you as a leader. It is fundamentally studio leadership's responsibility to ensure that the ambition of the title can be matched by the ability of the team. That's, I suppose, two sides to this, really. One is the recognition that not everybody is as good at what they do as other people. And if you profile your team's capabilities by the best people in that team, which is often, but very much not always, the people with the most experience or in senior positions, you're asking for trouble. And it's not only a question of whether or not the game can succeed, it's a question of the damage that you're doing to your staff and your team if you set them up to fail by asking things of them that they're not capable of delivering. The second part of that is about production support and about ensuring that actually you enable those people to do the best they can. But although it may be a difficult conversation to have, it's a conversation that you must be having as team leaders, as studio heads, to go, what realistically actually can this team deliver on? And factoring into that if you are bringing developers together for the first time, or if you're asking people to jump genres or platforms or engines or anything like that, their capabilities decrease radically, at least for a period of time. You simply cannot expect them. And then we had a situation on a game where we were going to build it in one engine, and we hired for that engine. And then we signed the contract, and then the decision was made that we were going to jump to another engine. And particularly all the programmers went very, very quiet for quite a long time as they realized they were going to have to shift from C++ to C#. And it screwed our engineering prototyping. And it developed a tech debt that took months and months and months to get back. It completely undermined the team. And that was a poor business decision we made. We completely undermined our own team's capability to deliver to the best of their abilities. And not only did it make the game problematic in terms of schedule, it was also hugely demoralizing. So being aware of what you're asking people to do and being really, really honest about that, even if it's a difficult decision to have, is something that is on you as a business owner. It's absolutely your responsibility to do. Okay, don't let the tail wag the dog. So the most, I think, unintentionally hilarious, darkly hilarious thing I was told during my time in the games industry was when we were working mid-sprint and it was obvious that a feature we were working on just wasn't working. And I said to the person who is basically the de facto production head in the studio at the time, this isn't working, we need to just kill it and do something different. And they looked me straight in the eyes and they said, that's not agile. Let that rest for a minute. I have really mixed feelings about agile. Agile is a bit of a cult. We do it this way, we must do it this way, this is how we do it. There is no one-size-fits-all, catch-all, perfect solution way to doing game production. If it doesn't work, shift, move it. And the idea that we call this incredibly rigid structure, agile development, I still find quite hilarious. But what you absolutely need to be doing is making sure that you need systems, absolutely. You need project management, you need to be able to track stuff, you need to be able to know where it's going. You need to be driven by expertise. You need to know that you've got people in your studio that know their shit backwards. And then you need to enable them to apply that expertise, not confine them by the way in which the structure says they have to work, because not everybody works best that way. And the smaller the studio, obviously the easier it is to do that. If you're sort of under 15 people, it's great because you all sit around in your room, whether it's real or virtual, and say, do that, don't do that, how's that going, and this sort of thing. And as you get bigger, it gets much, much, much more difficult because you need more of those systems to make it work. The very, 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 I think, best heroes of game development, particularly at AAA level, are project managers and producers that are really, really good because they can manage to make big teams feel like small teams. And they allow big teams to act like small teams in terms of that genuine agility, flexibility, recognition of expertise, and letting people move. The other place where that tends to really, really, really kind of bite is in the dreaded round of estimates. We've got any programmers in the room? Okay, we've got producers in the room. Okay, right, we'll see if we can have a bit of a bun fight later on about this one. So is this a familiar conversation? The producer says, okay, we're doing our estimates. So how long is this feature going to take to implement? And the code team go, I don't know. A week? I don't know. Let's call it a week. A week to tell you whether we can do it in 2 weeks? Okay, 2 weeks. Right, we'll put it in the spreadsheet. 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, have you made that system? No. But we found out in 2 weeks, it's going to take 6 months to do. Well, in that case, we're just going to say you've done it. We've all been there. It's like one of those things that happens. But it's a real case, this idea of the tail wagging the dog, of going, the system says it has to be this, therefore it is. And it all gets wedged into that. And what happens is the game goes this way and reality goes that way. And in about 6 months' time, everything falls over and catches fire. So being really, really clear that systems are there to support developers, not to tell developers how to develop games, which is not very fashionable. I don't know why it's not very fashionable, because if you talk to any game developer, they say that's how you make good games. But still, we don't make games like that, which is madness. It's absolute madness. And it's just one of those things that I think, you know, it's a madness that being outside the games industry, it's like really, really interesting. When I used to be in it, and we got quite badly gamergated around the time that was sort of happening. We had a lot of friends who were sort of like working in kind of like music, film, this sort of stuff. And we were telling them what was going on. They were absolutely, they just didn't believe it could be happening. They were like, no, the industries don't work like that. We normalize a great deal of stuff in the games industry that is really not very normal in terms of working practices and the way we do things. And it's really, really healthy to have friends who are not in the games industry and talk to them about it, because they'll look at you and go, are you mad? You work like that? What, by choice? So, yeah, don't let the tail wag the dog. The dog's the important bit. It's us. We're the dog. Understand that everything happens in translation. This has been touched on, really, really interesting, by Luke's talk about animation. And Flint was talking about this as well. It's all very well. You can have the best, beautiful, beautiful design thing in the world, and if it doesn't translate to player experience, it's not worth anything. And there are lots of games out there. So again, anyone who knows me knows I'm absolutely obsessed with GSE Game World Stalker. I love Stalker. It's wonderful. It's brilliant. It's one of the best shooters ever made. It's dreadful. It's buggy. It makes Bethesda look professional in terms of its kind of like QA to shipping ratio. It's a fantastic game, even though it's so deeply flawed in so many ways, because it has that indefinable something that just captures you and makes you want to play it. And you overlook all these bad things because the player experience is fantastic. You're not shipping a GDD, you're not shipping a spreadsheet, you're not shipping a prototype, you're shipping I suppose, a kind of a dream of a game. And two things that kind of like relate to that. So I remember when Mad Men first came out, there's a wonderful scene where they've got the rotary projector showing slides. And Don Draper's in the room. They're going, what do we call this bit that goes round on the thing? And he goes, we call it a carousel. And everyone goes, ooh, yeah. It's the dream of a projector, not the projector itself. And that's a kind of like a really, really, really important point to take on. The other part of that I got was when we were making Machine for Pigs back in 2013, and we were kind of knew that we were going to get grief from the Amnesia Dark Descent player base because we were like mucking around with a lot of the mechanics and this sort of stuff. And a lot of it was sort of production decisions and we couldn't do it, and it goes back to the team's capabilities and stuff. But I had a conversation with a much smarter person than me, Thomas Grip, who runs Frictional Games. And he said, the problem you've got when you ship this game is that you're not going to get measured against a game that exists. You're going to get measured against a game which people remember and idolize. They love Dark Descent. You're going to get measured against the love they have for Dark Descent, not how good Dark Descent was. And it's a really, really, really smart thing to say. He really, really understood that it's player experience that matters everything more than anything else you do. Basically, as long as it boots up and doesn't crash every 3 minutes, if you can make players love it, that's worth as much as any technical stuff you put into it. And it's really, really worth remembering because we tend to get very passionate about the making of games, and you can lose sight of the fact that the people who play the games at the end of it don't really care how the game was made. They care about whether or not they love the experience or not, and that's where our focus has to be. You can't lose sight of that. How do you deal with that? Well, you do a lot of it with multidisciplinary strike teams. Hooray, everyone loves them. They're brilliant. Get your animators on the project from the word go. Get audio team on the project from the word go. When you're prototyping and when you're doing concept development, have those people in the room. Have not just a concept artist, have a really, really great technical artist in the room. For God's sake, have a decent programmer in the room because they understand it in a different way. Make sure you've got someone from audio in there who can go away and make sketches, animators. All of these people can then go away, and just while you're commissioning like your concept art and you're writing your big pages of stuff that frankly no one's going to read apart from the design team and the writing team, I say this as a writer, trying to get people to read your script on a narrative game, working for a narrative studio, forget it. Getting buy-in from those other disciplines really, really early is really, really important. They will also challenge your vision because it tends to come from a very, very small subset of people. People running game studios tend to have gone QA, design, production, leadership. It's a very, very common thing, or they come from tech. You've got to break out from that and have those different voices in the room early on. It's really, really, really important. So understand everything happens in translation. It's not what you do, it's what the player experience is at the end. The big one, law of escalating consequence. Every time you add something to a game, you're not adding it, you're timesing everything that pre-exists in the game to begin with. So if you add a design feature, you multiply the total sum of work you've got to do in that game by another 1. So if your game's got 6 features in it and you add 3, you're timesing 6 by 3. If your game's got 30 features in it and you add 5, you're timesing 30 by 5. It's always a multiplier, it's never additive because you're adding tech debt, you're adding QA load. Every time you add that feature, every single thing you've got in that game now has to be tested against that feature and every single consequence and every single ramification of that feature. And it's one of the things that small companies and startups get wrong consistently. They line up too much stuff at the beginning. It doesn't feel like very much, but by the time you dropped all those multipliers in and the game swelled and grown and evolved, suddenly the game is no longer actually something that a team that size can make. So this is really, really, really huge. When we made Rapture, it took us 3 years to make it. For the first 18 months, Rapture was just spreadsheets as we were trying to track all the consequences. And there was very little gameplay in Rapture. It was mainly wander around an environment and discover bits of story. But we had to know where every single character was. If Bob was at the village at 3:15, there's no way he could get to the brewery by 3:17. And if Bob's not in the brewery at 3:17, that means that Carol can't be there listening to Bob, which means she doesn't go to the church at 4:18. And that means Tuesday's just gone. That sort of stuff. Getting in advance of doing it is really, really, really important. And then when you start adding other things to it, when you have like audio designers, animators who are all starting to say, yes, but I need if you haven't done that work up front, if you don't understand how rapidly your game is going to expand as you go through production, you're going to get into huge trouble. You're not going to get out of that trouble. This has come up as well. This is a really interesting one. Don't underestimate attachment. And this kind of loops back into point 2 as well. So we all know that you've got to kill your darlings. It's absolutely 100% right. If you're a studio leader, part of your job is killing other people's darlings. And that's very, very different. Killing your own, hard. Killing other people's, heartbreaking. You need to know your team as well. Different people handle that in different ways. Some people can really take it. They're great at it. I've worked with people who it has crushed them. absolutely crushed them to the extent where they've left the studio when you are trying to break into them that the feature which they've been investing in for 6 months just isn't going to make the grade for whatever reason. It doesn't matter if it's just not good enough, doesn't matter if you can't afford it, whatever it is. So in terms of team building, team management, looking after your team, this is one of the really, really, really big ones. And people get super attached, and not always to the things you think they're going to get attached to. So part of that is about that regular conversation with teams, and part of that is about understanding that relationship between system and interpersonal skills, where your producers have to know the people. They can't just be going, we've got to do this by this point, by this point. Hey, green, we ship the game. Because along the way, you are going to have to damage people's self-esteem inevitably by saying what you have done will not make it. And it is always a much, much bigger impact than you think it's going to have. So really, really critical and really, really important to do it. And I mean, part of that as well also kind of, it does relate to players as well and the player experience. Again, don't underestimate players' attachments to what you've promised them and what they think they're going to get from the game. You really, really have to work that as well, because there's nothing worse than shipping a game and people go, this game's shit because it's not what I thought the game was. And you're going, I don't remember ever actually saying the game was going to be that, but somehow it's become that, which I think is generally known in the trade as the No Man's Sky argument, where they didn't stand a chance. Somebody else promised a game to the gaming community that they were not building. And that attachment to that vision of the game took Hello years to overcome. And I think full credit to them for overcoming it, because it was a hell of a mountain to climb. 8 minutes. Know your gates, know what your gates mean and respect them. Who here has said, I know it's alpha, but we'll kind of sort it out by beta, and then live to regret it for the next remainder of the game production? There's no point in having gates. This is an argument which I've had a number of times on a number of developments. I'm kind of at the point almost of going, beta, alpha, these things are completely meaningless because they're usually just trampled on. They're not usually respected, or they're fudged, or what the definition of them is. For me, alpha to me means there are no more significant questions that are remained unanswered in the game before you continue. If you have any questions about not only what the game is going to be, but how you're going to deliver it by the ship date, you have not passed alpha. And if you go beyond what you call alpha without answering those questions, just find a wall and start banging your head against it, because you've just lined yourself up for a kicking. Really, really, really important. Particularly important when you're working with publishers and externals. You need to know what they understand alpha and beta to be. And you need to have that conversation specifically, because if what you think alpha is and what they think alpha is are different, you're going to be in big trouble. And don't assume that they're going to mean the same things, because it's extraordinary the variation amongst developers of what those things mean and what it's acceptable to kind of like slide under the carpet and what it's not. Yeah, and it again, in terms of a team, it'll kick off more rows than anything else if you've got a divergence between where people think the game is at and therefore how much work needs to be done. As part of this, I would also say, understanding the relationship between that and polish is really, really important as well. There's often a huge pressure around the end of prototype. Let's make a demo. Great. Let's try and at the most delicate point of the code base, throw a load of artists, animators, sound artists, and other people at it and make something which is barely functional, fit for public consumption, because that's not a recipe for disaster. Really, really important to split those things out, understand what that means. What does it mean to end prototyping? Equally, alpha, fantastic. We got a playable demo? No, of course you haven't got a playable demo. Don't anyone let you make a playable demo at alpha. It's mental. It's idiotic. It's very, very hard to convince people that's not the case, but really understanding what those gates mean and sticking to your guns. And that might mean you're renegotiating your ship date. It might mean you're renegotiating your budget. It might mean that you're renegotiating how you de-scope the game to make it work. But if you don't, the industry, particularly at the moment, is incredibly unforgiving of those kind of things, games that ship with those problems. Unless you basically are an enormous company and you can take the hit, it can kill a small studio instantly if you ship a game which has failed to meet those expectations because you didn't track it properly according to those gates. That's really, really, really serious. Don't make someone else's game. They've already done that. Yeah, again, this has come up before. That's not altogether true. The next 3 points are not altogether true. Or it's a sort of a wider thing. Maybe making someone else's game in order to make loads of money is your business model, and you're cool with that, and that's you're cool. I think one of the lessons which I learned when we scaled up Chinese Room, when we were acquired by Sumo, and we went from well, no people, me. But prior to that, about 15 people, up to 40 people for Little Orpheus. And then when I left the studio, 120 people, was having the sudden realization that my sort of like indie brain that went, the best developers are people that are really passionate about making games is complete rubbish. And there can be developers who don't care one jot about making games and are frankly in it because they like the money and the gym stuff. And they can be just as good at making games as the people that are passionate, which is really hard truth. And I really went, no, that's just not possible the first time I really ran against it. And then really had to accept the fact that we had some people on our team who didn't really care about the company, didn't really care about the games they're making, but God, they were good. So maybe that is your thing. Maybe you do want to make someone else's game. Personally, I feel like it's not just about a publishing thing. It's also about most developers. It's a question of that sort of thing of going, do you love what you're making? Does what you're making make you excited? Because as we all know, it's really hard making games and it's a really volatile industry, which means you have to be getting something out of it. You'd have to be exceptionally good if you're not going to care, or you have to really care about what you're making. And so having some sort of investment from the team where they can say, this is mine, is really, really important. That's obviously the flip side of the attachment issue. Knowing what rules to break when is probably one of the hardest things about studio leadership. And this kind of comes back into the why thing again. So both in terms of design, sometimes it's not about building on a feature which exists out in the world. Sometimes it's maybe about saying, let's try and take that feature apart, or let's try and really sort of question it or pull it down. Buying yourself time for that kind of level of play at the beginning of production. We all kind of talk about, okay, yes, we need lots of experimentation time and this sort of stuff, and then we never get it. But it's fundamental, and part of the fundamental thing of that is trying to break everything that you build and understand where it is those fault lines are that will destabilize the project, and where you might just get the lightning in a bottle moment because you've done something that is just really different. I suppose the big one for me on this, he said looking at the time, would be when we shipped our first game, Dear Esther, which started off as a Half-Life 2 mod. And when it came out and loads of people went, well, you're just trying to break the games industry. You're just trying to like trash mechanics which are tried and tested, which was a bit of a shock because from my point of view, I thought we were going, you know that bits in System Shock where nothing happens and it's like really super atmospheric and everyone loves it? What if we just did that for a longer period of time in a game? So breaking rules doesn't mean smashing things apart and this kind of stuff. It can also mean just questioning the what if. No one's done this before. Do we understand why no one's done this before? Has no one done this before because it's a bad idea, or has no one done this before because it's just an oversight? Oversights happen. Go looking for them, but really be smart about how you do it. Right, last one. I've been saying this since we started the studio, and I would say I've been probably hit and miss in terms of its success rate. I firmly believe this. It is not just the games you make, it's how you make them. It is the environment that human beings exist in when they're working on an incredibly stressful project and putting it together. And I really have very strong opinions about the studios which exist out there, which make fantastic games, and they do it by chewing people up and spitting them out the other end. And I really don't care how good your game is. If you do that, you're an asshole, because there are human beings making games, and the studio culture is really important. How well are we doing about that as an industry in terms of improving studio culture? Not well enough. We're nowhere near, given the amount of time since these questions first started getting asked, questions about overwork, about diversity, about studio cultures. Things have improved, but they really frankly haven't improved anywhere near as they should do. And what we're seeing at the moment, just like the rest of society, is as things get tough, a lot of those things get thrown out the windows. Well, we can't afford a diversity program anymore. We'll get rid of that because that's just superfluous. Or we can't have community managers because we're getting rid of 20% of our workforce. Get rid of the people that actually define and make those studio cultures really important. That stuff needs protecting. It needs protecting really hard. And it needs to be something which is not an added bonus, but it is built into the mindset and the belief and the vision system of the people running the company from the word go. Lose it at your peril, because that is how really great innovative games get made. And I think I want to leave on two things. One's a negative, one's a positive. The negative thing to watch out for is the confusion that still runs rampant through the games industry, is the mistake that the loudest person in the room is the smartest person in the room. And you see it again and again and again and again and again, and it's simply not true, and it must be fought against. So that's my negative. One thing, if there's one thing to take away in studio culture, is protect your quiet voices, listen to your quiet voices, listen to the people who don't necessarily have the confidence to kind of be the people that are making a hell of a lot of noise in those meetings, because If you are the loudest person in the room, you probably think you're right. And if you think you're right, you're probably wrong. And you're more likely to shove errors into the heart of production because you cannot bear to think that your voice isn't the most important. I'm going to call myself out on that a little bit as well. It's something I've definitely done in the past. I think every studio leader has. You have to have a certain amount of ego to do the job in the first place. The flip side is that despite the sort of monstrous crunch back in the games industry, we're still seeing a lot of startups, seeing a lot of great new studios, and it's really inspiring. So kind of listen to all the people that are actually starting studios and are doing stuff still. So the human beings in the games industry are not being beaten by the systems in the games industry, which is good, and is something that should be absolutely celebrated. And I think any day that you can go to work, make the game you're making on a little bit better, come away from work and go, today was a good day because I made the people I'm working with just a little bit happier, and I'm making something which is going to contribute to the sum total of human happiness in this world, well, that's a day worth having. So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that incredible talk. It was one of those presentations that you watch, and as you're hearing the information, you're seeing every scenario you're describing kind of flashing in your mind as you do. So that was brilliant. Can we give one more round of applause for Dan? Okie dokie, I'm going to pass you on to Colin now.
Just to echo Derek's comment, Dan, that was amazing. I mean, literally a lifetime of experience and valuable life lessons. The one I would disagree with is about the loudest person in the room, because when that's you with a microphone, it is true. So thank you, Dan. Massive round of applause to Dan. That was amazing. We are unfortunately at the end of tonight. I looked at my watch about 8:30 and kind of realised, although I mean we get here about midday or something to set up and everything, and it feels like we'd only just got started and the end's in sight already. So that's it's always gutting to realise. But amazing bunch of speakers. Before I go through and thank a few people. Usually we try to raise a little bit of money for a charity. We've not been able to arrange prizes to do a raffle this time. We did one last time. However, I'd still like to raise a little bit of awareness for a charity. So this time, one of the charities that I think does a lot of good is Safe in Our World. I don't know if many people are familiar with that, but we've got a little video. So I'd like to play a little video and just raise a bit of awareness for them.
Video games industry creates incredible worlds in which a huge number of vulnerable people find refuge. Safe in Our World's goal is to provide support, raise awareness, and change attitudes towards mental health issues in the real world, not only for the benefit of players, but also for those within our industry. In one country alone, nearly a third of those who work within the games industry live with anxiety, depression, or both. That's why Safe in Our World is calling on the global video games industry to level up mental health. Together, we can make fundamental changes to workplace culture and offer safety, support, and understanding to all employees who face challenges to the well-being of their mental health. To make this a reality, we're asking the global video games industry to take 3 simple steps. 1. Commit to taking measures to roll out a company-wide mental health support system within the next 12 months. 2. Join Safe in Our World as a partner and pledge to support mental health within the industry. 3. Help our efforts to make sure that our teams and those who play our games know where they can find support. To help companies understand the benefits of an active approach to mental health management and to assist in taking the right steps to achieve our goals, we are launching a mental health toolkit. Developed in collaboration with various healthcare experts and tailored for the games industry, it clearly and comprehensively highlights the skills and methods that will destigmatize mental health issues and create a supportive workplace culture. We're also proud to be able to offer approved mental health training courses that can be attended in person or viewed online. As my friend would say, it's time to talk. It's time to level up mental health. Visit safeinourworld.org and join today.
Great, a fantastic cause. So hopefully more of us can get involved in this. Like I said, normally we do a raffle. We don't have a raffle. However, we usually have a couple of volunteers helping on the door. It's my lovely wife Jenny that's checked us all in tonight. But the fact that we don't have volunteers, thank you, Jenny. The fact that we didn't have any volunteers come along tonight means we're in the unusual situation that we have 2 hoodies. Actually, Derek, would you care to model the hoodie for us? We've got these lovely bespoke hoodies specifically for this week, featuring all the lovely sponsors on the back. We've got the dates, the location, Newcastle, the date on the back, all of our lovely sponsors. We have a medium and a large version of this hoodie that I figure let's auction it and raise some money for Safe in Our World. I don't know. So we've got a tenner. Well, medium or large. We've got 2. We've got a medium and a large one. So let's. So for the large one, we've got a tenner. Will anyone give me more than a tenner? We got 50. We got 15. Great. Anyone give it 20? 20 at the back. Fine. Anyone give it 25? 25. Anyone give it 30? There's a one-off. You will not be able to get this after this week. Look how amazing Derek looks in it. We can sign it. We can sign it. We can both. Are we both willing to sign it? Hell yeah. We've got £30 at the back, do we? We've got £30 at the back for a signed hoodie. Would anyone go to 35? No, I think our signatures have capped the the value of these things. £30. It's going to go for £30. The large hoodie. Going. Sold. £30. Thank you very much. We also have a medium one. We've got 15. Someone said 15 for the medium one. Excellent. Thank you. Will anyone go to 20? It's entirely optional if it's worth more or less signed. We're flexible. Someone go to 20? Perfect. Anyone go to 25? 25. Thank you very much. £25. Do you want it signed or not signed? Signed. Oh. Would anyone go to £30 for the medium hoodie as modelled by the lovely Derek? 30. We got 30. Was that you, Gary? Excellent. Thank you. £30. Would anyone go to 35? Hey. £35. Would anyone go to 40? Oh, you're making us sweat. £40 to the man from Scotland, Belfast, wherever we'll pick. £40. Would anyone go to 45? 45. I've now lost track. What were we at? 40? 45. Would anyone go to 50? I'd be a rubbish auctioneer. Would anyone go to 50? £50. Said 50. What?
Right, you can take my large, I'll take the medium if you're paying 50 for it.
Oh, I'm now confused. Okay. Okay, we're at 50. We're at 50. Someone's given it. Who was 50? I've lost track. Dre's 50. Would anyone go to 55? 55. Wow. Would anyone, Dre, go to 60? £55 for one of the hoodies. I've now lost track which one. £55. Going. £55. Going once. Going twice. Going to Sally. Thank you very much. Well, there was more to that than I thought. Thank you for your modelling. Thank you very much, Derek. Great. Come get your hoodies at the end and just donate directly to Safe in Our World, please. I would like to once again thank all the. Oh shit! Really? Wow. Okay. So we've got another. We've got. You legend. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got another large. Okay. Can I start the bidding at £20 for the other large? £30. Wow. Awesome. We need our model back. Okay. I now have no idea what's happening, but I'm going to ask if anyone's going to go to £40. £40. £40. Mr. Underwood, £40. Will anyone go to £50 for? I think this is the original large. Who knows? Fifth signed. Only by Derek, not by me, because it would make it worthless. £40 at the moment. Signed. 50. Whoa. Not signed. Fine. £50 for the large hoodie. Amazing. Will anyone go to anyone go to 60? Have we handed out too many drinks vouchers? Is that was that a £60? That's a £60. Would anyone go to 70? It's for an amazing charity. £70. Are we at 60 or 65? 65. Wow. 65 going once. 70. £70. £70 for a maybe signed hoodie that's maybe large. £70 going once. £70 going twice. Sold for £70. Thank you so much. This all seemed so simple in my head. It's got horrendously complicated. So that's, I've now lost track, but that's something like £150 or something we've raised. Plus a tenner, £160. Amazing. Plus gift aid. It's amazing. Thank you so much. I'd just like to thank all of our speakers that we've had today. We've had Anna from the BFI, we've had Sally from Silent Games, we've had Josh from Secret Mode, we've had Joe from Red Rover, we've had Tony from Ant Workshop, Phil from Fox Chicken Grain, we've had Kenan from Observer, Adelaide from North Rack, we've had the two Lukes from Nosebleed and Silent Games, and of course, Dr. Dan Pinchbeck. Please give all of our speakers another final round of applause. The format of these is primarily 10-minute talks, and actually it's harder to write a 10-minute talk than a longer talk. So thank you all so much for making those talks work in the brutal timing, because it is harsh, particularly when you can see that timer ticking down. And I would also like to thank our speakers for all being willing to stand here with a big neon sign that says toilets. Immediately above them, those on the live stream won't see this, but everyone else has basically been looking at a red neon sign saying toilets above the speakers' heads all night, which is highly entertaining and makes it hard to shoot a good video because it just looks a bit seedy. But we'll manage it. We'll have a lovely wrap-up video. I would also like to give a massive thank you to all of the sponsors of tonight. Like I said, most of the cost of running these events comes from the sponsorship rather than anything else. So thank you to Red Rover, to No More Robots, to Pocket Sized Hands, to Liverpool Connect, to Newcastle Gateshead, to Invest Newcastle, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerolo, Fallen Planet, Johnson Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Please give all of them a round of applause, please. I would also like to thank our engineer, Lucy. Lucy, you need to come out if you can join me on stage very briefly, because Lucy has been working hard all night and nobody sees her. So please grab a chat with Lucy later on tonight. It's unfortunate you're hidden away for the whole event, but you've been working very hard, keeping everything on track and getting everyone's presentations up. So thank you very much, Lucy.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Also, thank you to the venue. They've been amazing to deal with today. It made everything work really well, keep us all supplied with drinks, and just the layout and everything works really well. So I'm really keen to come back here again. I don't think there's any rush for us to leave, so please feel free to mingle, have another drink if you want before we leave. In terms of other events, we are doing this again tomorrow in Manchester, I think, and then on Thursday in Liverpool. So some of you are coming to join us tomorrow and Thursday, which is fantastic. But just a reminder about what Ollie was saying earlier on, that this Thursday in Middlesbrough is the Gamebridge Yuki Hub Crawl. Absolutely. With a bus going from Newcastle. So get signed up to that. Go to Gamebridge, june24.eventbrite.co.uk. Unfortunately, I've got something pre-planned, won't make it, but otherwise I would love to go. Otherwise, thank you all for coming along tonight. I think this has worked really well. It's been great to see everyone. Hopefully while we're packing up, people will mingle and chat a little bit, but it's been great to have everyone along. Thank you so much for coming along, and we'll see you again soon. Derek, I meant to thank you when you stepped down. Derek has been our host all night. How amazing has he been? Derek, you've done a brilliant job. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good night.